Marcus Mabry at last live here in Tampa on the final night of the Republican National Convention. Mitt Romney will be speaking in just a few hours, the political speech of his life. Adam Nagorny has covered plenty of nights just like this one, 14 or 15 in fact, and Adam joins me now. Adam, thanks so much for being here. How does this night compare to the other nights?
I mean, you know, the nights when the candidates give their sort of acceptance speeches always have a lot of expectations and some excitement and often some pretty high stakes. This convention so far has been, I think, pretty low-key, and there hasn't been any big moments or surprises or drama. There's been some good speeches, but I think that tonight should be the most interesting, potentially the most significant night of the event.
What does Mitt Romney need to do inside this convention hall tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think a couple of things. I mean, I think they've talked about a lot their need in this convention to sort of make him more accessible as a person. I think during the campaign he sort of has come across as a technocrat, business guy, and you can see that in the polling that by all rights Romney should be ahead of Obama right now. I mean, given the state of the economy, people's concern about the direction of the country, but there's a big sort of difficulty that Americans have with connecting with him because he just seems kind of distant. So this is one opportunity. I'm not going to say he has to do it, but this is one opportunity for him to sort of present himself as more likable, more three-dimensional, if you will. So I think he needs to do that. Second of all, we've heard various people, and when I say we, I mean people have been sitting through these speeches that most people have not been seeing, make the case against Barack Obama on the economy and to a lesser extent on foreign policy. Well, no one's going to have the kind of audience that Mitt Romney's going to have tonight. So we're going to hear him, I think, make the case of why Americans should fire, in effect, a sitting president and put him in there. And that's the other thing he needs to do. He'll have this kind of stage 3 more times, we think, in the campaign for the debates. So this is a big moment for him. He won't have that much. He won't have that many more opportunities to speak to so many Americans at once.
Adam, one of the things that really has kind of struck me during this campaign, at least during this campaign and during this convention, has been the fact that while this is the most conservative platform the Republican Party has had on social issues in some 30 years, and that's clearly important to the people inside this hall, no one is really talking about that. They kind of don't want to shed attention on that. Is that dual message or that dichotomy tough to carry out into the campaign?
No, it's kind of brilliant. I've talked to some delegates about it. It's kind of interesting. It tells you something about how the Republican Party has evolved on these issues: abortion rights, gay rights in general, less so immigration. Which is that there's a consensus in this room about these issues. Most people are against choice. Most people are against most kinds of gay rights. They don't feel a need to debate it here. More than that, there's a pragmatic reason, which is many of them realize that those kind of issues, those kind of positions are problematic with many independent voters who are going to decide this election. So they have no need or sort of desire to sort of emphasize them. So,
Adam, one final question, talking about voters and who's going to vote in this election. There's a big story today that came out of Texas. A federal court there saying that Texas could not enforce its voting rights laws. The court said the state of Texas enacted a voter ID law, that at least to our knowledge is the most stringent in the country. That law will almost certainly have retrogressive effect. It imposes strict, unforgiving burdens on the poor, and racial minorities in Texas are disproportionately likely to live in poverty. Is this an issue that's got legs after this convention is over?
You know, let me answer that 2 ways. One is, this is going on all over the country, right? There's various attempts by legislatures, pushed by Republicans, to increase the barriers to voting. I don't want to sort of place a value to judgment on it. And in fact, when it was raised here the other night, one of the speeches, people really cheered it. It's a big deal to Republicans. Democrats view it as a way of disenfranchising their voters, minority voters, younger voters, recent arrivals of the country.
People less likely to have voter ID.
That's right. That's right. So the question in terms of, so the 2 issues are, will this succeed in keeping Democratic voters away? But the other issue, Marcus, which is interesting, is will Democrats be able to use this issue, use what Republicans are doing, as a way to get some of these voters who might otherwise not vote to turn out in a sort of backlash? I don't know.
All right, we'll be watching that, and we'll be watching you a little later tonight. You'll be back on with us. Okay. Thanks so much, Adam. Earlier today, my colleague Jonathan Wiseman had a chance to sit down with Utah Senator Orrin Hatch, ranking member of the Senate Finance Committee. Let's take a look at their conversation.
I'm with Senator Orrin Hatch. I'd like to ask you, Paul Ryan, your new vice presidential nominee,
Right.
asked the party to go out there, confront the Democrats on the traditional Medicare argument, and this time win it. How are you going to do that?
Well, we all know that Medicare is at least $38 trillion in unfunded liability. It cannot continue in its current form. And so Ryan takes the position, and I think most Republicans take the position, that there will be absolutely no change for those 55 years or older. But if we want Medicare to be around for our children and grandchildren, those younger than that, we're going to have to make some significant changes.
So when you look forward to 2013 and what you would like it to be, a Romney administration,
Right.
what role do you think Paul Ryan's plan, the path to prosperity, his budget, will play in your legislating as possibly the chairman of the Finance Committee?
Well, at least he has a plan. I suspect one reason why Mitt Romney picked Paul Ryan is because the Democrats are going to make the Ryan plan a major issue, and they were going to demagogue it. So why not have the guy who can explain it better than anybody else, who has the budgetary background, is budget committee chairman, and Paul really has a very good knack of explaining it. And you hardly don't have to explain it, because we all know it's going broke.
As you know, there's been some debate about the $700-odd billion that were taken out of Medicare.
Right.
They were cut from parts of Medicare in part to boost up Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. Those were in the original Ryan budget. Mitt Romney says he wants to restore that money. Where are you on that issue?
Well, the fact of the matter is that the Democrats took about $716 billion out so they could put it into an unsustainable new entitlement program called Obamacare. And there's no question about it that they didn't have any way of paying for it. And they also really partially dismantled Medicare Advantage, which had worked amazingly well for people. And almost everybody admitted it was a tremendous success, but they basically have hacked that up as well. Some think they did it to help their friends at AARP, who now are selling Advantage policies, really, and making a lot of money, billions of dollars off of that change.
That's actually quite an accusation. Do you have evidence
tell me
that
it's
AARP
wrong.
is...
Well, no, AARP now has supplemental policies. I'm not blaming them. They're providing a supplemental policy that makes up for the loss of Medicare Advantage. And they know that gradually the Democrats will phase out Medicare Advantage, which has been a tremendous program that has particularly helped rural America. And it's been a success by any measure, but when you take automatically $200 billion out of it over time, it's going to have a very difficult time continuing.
So one last question.
Sure.
As a son of Utah, as a member of the Church of Latter-day Saints, what does it mean to go and watch Mitt Romney, deep connections to your state, a member of your church, go and take the nomination tonight as the standard bearer for the Republican Party?
Well, the LDS Church aside, the real name of the church is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. That aside, if Mitt Romney wasn't LDS, we'd want him. The guy has been successful at everything he's ever done. A part of that comes from his background in the LDS faith, because we bring up our young kids to be independent and self-reliant, to live good lives, to serve their fellow men and women. And part of it was Mitt was a bishop. This old boy here was a bishop when I ran for the Senate back in 1976. And bishops, the one reason why he's reticent to talk about it is because you usually give about 30 hours a week. The Mormon Church is the only church in the world with a completely unpaid ministry and missionary system. And you usually give about 30 hours a week as a bishop to help people with a myriad of problems, everything from personal problems to economic problems, to psychological problems, to spiritual problems. And you do that voluntarily without disclosing how you're helping people, and you're a little reticent to breach any of that private confidentiality. And all we're trying to do as Mormons is to live the teachings of Jesus. And by any measure, our people really try to do that.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you, Senator, for coming by.
Jonathan Weisman is here now to talk more about these issues. Jonathan, thanks for being here.
I'm happy to be here.
Interesting question on Mormonism. I don't think I've heard that much Mormonism, and certainly that kind of pride of Mormonism during this campaign.
No, the Mormon Church was very worried about this campaign. They thought that too much attention was going to, flare up anti-Mormonism, and they were really laying low. And you just heard Orrin Hatch really express a kind of pride, that sense that, hey, we did this, we raised our kids right. Look at Mitt Romney. I hadn't heard that really all campaign.
The question comes to mind for me is, of course, a political one. Obviously, Utah is a safe state for Republicans. Nevada is a state with lots of Mormons and lots of Hispanics. What's going to happen there?
Look, I really think one of the reasons that Mitt Romney did well in the primaries and the caucuses in these states like Idaho and Nevada is Mormons are going to come out to vote. Now, Mormons are pretty big voters anyway. They're going to go out though, and they're going to organize, and they're going to vote in very, very high numbers, and they got a lot of money. Well, I shouldn't say that, but they've been giving a lot of money to the campaign.
Now, another issue obviously that came up in that interview you had, which was interesting with Orrin Hatch, was this issue of Medicare. Now, the Romney campaign keeps saying this is an issue of courage. In fact, they have the Ryan plan out there. It means that they're courageous. They want to tame this intractable problem, seemingly intractable problem, and the Democrats are guilty of demagoguery. Where's this issue cutting right now? Who's it helping? Who's it hurting?
Well, I tell you, I was talking to some Republican strategists, pollsters, Democrats too. They say that right now there's a very interesting split. The top of the ticket, Romney and Ryan, are kind of holding their own on this thing. They're out there, but when people vote for president, they're voting on a big range of issues, including just, do I like this guy? Do I want him to be president? But on the congressional side, even Republicans say they are really being hurt right now on this Medicare attack. You look in the polls, and if you just ask, do people want Medicare to be changed into a kind of a voucher system where instead of a government guarantee, you're given a set amount of money to go out and buy insurance? It is not popular at all. We're talking like 70% of Americans don't like it, and the Democrats on the congressional level are playing it very hard. They're making real inroads, and we'll see if that rises up to the top of the ticket.
Excellent. Jonathan, thanks so much for being here. Rick Burke now is standing by in our media center with Jill Abramson, the executive editor of the New York Times, to talk more about this big week for Mitt Romney. Hey there, Rick.
Thanks, Marcus. Now, Jill, we've tried to hit the party circuit as best we can on this week. Yesterday, we saw mermaids at a party at the aquarium. That was quite a sighting. Now, we saw little penguins. Now, but most of the parties here have been by the super PACs. The big parties have been the financial interests have had a lot of events. Can you tell us a little about what you've seen? Last time we talked here, you were talking about what you were expecting in money and politics at this convention.
That's true. I think, I've been watching the role of money in politics at Republican conventions going back to 1980, and I would say things have gotten more secretive. It's become a more difficult beat to cover, and I couldn't even get press credentials today for an event by one of the super PACs called Americans for Prosperity.
Didn't we have a reporter there, though?
We did, but
not Jill Abramson?
No.
Do you think it's because of your past history of writing about money and politics, or because you're the boss?
I have no idea, but they're keeping a very tight lid on. But the reporter from the Times who was there did bring me an AFP cookie from the event.
So you have
I'm
a
souvenir.
Give it to you. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Now, the other thing that we've talked about a lot today, really, is the factual questions, the truth squatting of the candidates. There are a lot of questions raised in the media about what Paul Ryan said last night. And can you talk a little bit about how we at the Times try to track that? Because it's in real time, it's very hard to keep up with who's saying what's right and what's wrong. You see it with both Republicans and Democrats.
Right. That's true. It's difficult, and the Ryan speech came rather late in the evening, close to everyone's newspaper deadline anyway. But I think it's one of the most important roles news organizations have, is to play pay very close attention to the words that the candidates say and to analyze them and fact check them. And something that we did today that I thought was marvelous is we did an interactive where you could re-watch and hear Paul Ryan's speech, and then there was an annotation on the side that went through it fact by fact and pointed out that everything from the GM factory that had been shuttered before President Obama took office, to cuts in Medicare, to Mr. Ryan's criticism that President Obama simply shelved the Simpson-Bowles Commission's report, which he didn't point out he had voted against. It's a very cogent, very factual presentation of what was said and what the facts are.
When we do this fact-checking in other news organizations and also partisan sources are continually looking at parsing what the words are at the convention and in ads and speeches, do you think the din is so loud that maybe certain partisans or voters don't even care anymore and say, well, I don't care what they say, I want Ryan or I don't want Ryan, and that's it?
I worry about that, and I worry that both campaigns, and certainly at this convention, there's been a risk-reward kind of thinking where the risk of saying things that aren't factual doesn't seem that great, that the pace of the news cycle combined with saying very strong, aggressive things somehow supersedes sticking at least close to the facts, if not to the facts themselves. And I think that's distressing for the tone of politics and the health of the body politic.
When we do fact-checking at the Times and one party or another seizes on what we do as saying, aha, the New York Times agrees with us that candidate A was wrong or inaccurate, does that make us risk looking partisan at all?
Well, it's something that we have to watch closely. What we're doing is showing what and explaining what the facts are in a non-opinionated way. And if other people present what we've reported to bolster an opinion, it's on them. They're doing that. It sometimes concerns me, but I think our highest duty is to point out what the facts really are in any situation. That's what the New York Times news report is there to do.
Well, I'm hoping that after the speech tonight, after we've done all our fact-checking, that someone will let you into a good party tonight.
We'll see. I'll try.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Jill. Earlier today, I spoke with New York Times Metro editor Carolyn Ryan, who has covered Mitt Romney for many years. I asked her about how his speaking style has evolved over the years. Carolyn, as we all know, a big role of a president is communication. Tonight, we're going to see Romney in the biggest speech of his career. What are you going to be looking for?
What I'm going to be looking for is how does he emotionally calibrate? How natural does he seem? As you know, I've been watching him for almost 2 decades. He's not a natural speaker. He's not great at sort of the emotional calibration that comes with being a politician. I remember him back in '94 when he was starting out, and his first big speech was to the state convention. In 1994, he was going to run against Ted Kennedy, and he had a kind of hyperactive quality.
More jobs, you got to have more capital. Everyone here that's in a small business who's ever been close to the edge, and my guess is most of you have been close to the edge and wondered how you're going to meet payroll.
Has he improved, though, over the years?
I think certainly the Olympics experience made him more comfortable both as a public figure and a public speaker.
We've already cheered the Olympians. Let's also cheer the parents, coaches, and communities. All right.
Right after the Olympics, he came back to Massachusetts to run for governor.
I don't see Mitt Romney feeding off a crowd.
That's exactly right. I mean, people talk a lot about the public Mitt versus the private Mitt. He is much more comfortable with people he's close to, small circle of people. He's not someone like Clinton who's going to bound into a crowd. Mitt Romney is a PowerPoint guy. He's a sales guy. He's a numbers guy. And he's not Ronald Reagan. He's not Bill Clinton. He's not Barack Obama.
Isn't it more important sometimes for the candidate to be comfortable in his own skin, and if he's talking about data points and saving the country in many ways, might that be a way to go?
I think they do want to play to his strengths. I would say there was one exception where I found him very comfortable with his message, and that was the speech that he gave. It was a little controversial where he talked about his faith and the role of religion in America. This is back in '07.
Freedom requires religion, just as religion requires freedom.
And I found that at that speech, clearly he had thought a lot about the subject. Clearly he knew how important it was to convey this message to his audience and the audience beyond. And he seemed to kind of inhabit the text in a way that you don't usually see with Romney.
I'm guessing that Mitt Romney is not like real excited about delivering this speech. It's a big moment in his career, but he's probably nervous. He doesn't really like talking about himself in the way that he may have to tonight.
Right.
What's your sense of that?
Well, look at the unfavorability numbers that he faces, and a lot of the commentary has been that he hasn't shared enough of himself, and that makes the campaign feel and the candidate feel some obligation to share more. But when you're under that kind of pressure, again, it's not going to feel authentic. It's not something he wants to do. It's an obligation of politics for him, but this is not something that he relishes. I think it would be very hard to match the emotion that they felt with Ann Romney and with Paul Ryan. I think I talked to a number of delegates after the Ann Romney speech, and a lot of them talked about, frankly, being in tears as she talked about her family, as she talked about her life and her struggles. And that was something, there was a real emotional connection. And of course, Paul Ryan is sort of the generational standard bearer for the future. He just connected in a very kind of accessible way. He's recognized as kind of a rock star.
What is missing is leadership in the White House.
Where Mitt Romney might be helped, quite frankly, is the expectations for him as a speaker are very low. And I think if he is able to connect and project, then I think, there's a possibility that he could have a very strong night.
Well, I can tell you this. I don't think Mitt Romney is going to pull out his PowerPoint tonight, but we're all here waiting to see what he does do and if he lives up to expectations or exceeds them. And now that's all from me down here. Back to you, Marcus.
Thanks, Rick. Ashley Parker, who's been on the campaign trail with Mitt Romney for more than a year, joins me now. Ashley, thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
You've been taking lots of pictures on the trail with your iPhone.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the cool things about being a journalist covering a campaign is all of the amazing places we get to go. And I always felt like I should keep a record, but I never had the skills. My photos never turned out quite the way I wanted them to. But then with this iPhone app, Instagram, you can it's a shortcut. I mean, real photographers would never use it, but you can sort of use these filters to make your photos look far better than they otherwise would. Do you want to take a look?
Excellent.
The early days of the campaign were filled with rallies and town halls and sign-waving supporters. And, of course, no political event is complete without babies to kiss, or, in Romney's case, to hold aloft, and adorable little children, like this next-generation voter in South Carolina. The press naturally wanted to capture it all, and you can see them on the right side of this photo of the Romneys strolling through a New Hampshire town. We also got a lot of FaceTime with the candidate himself. He worked the rope line and bent down to shake hands and greet supporters. He occasionally even came to the back of his private charter to field questions from the press corps as we thrust our tape recorders in his face. And he donned a bright red jacket at the Daytona 500, where he famously quipped that he was friends with a lot of NASCAR owners. During the primary in Wisconsin, we got an early glimpse at what would ultimately become the Romney-Ryan ticket. Their chemistry was instantaneous, and here, Ryan showed Romney around Culver's, a local fast food chain, treating him to a butter burger and chocolate malt. In Salt Lake City, some of us took a field trip to see the Mormon Temple, a centerpiece as we wrote stories exploring Mr. Romney's faith. On his foreign trip, first to London and then to Israel, we witnessed Romney paying his respects at the Western Wall, reaching high to place a note in its cracks. Back in the States, and going for a rare jog in Ohio, I passed a beautiful fountain as the sun was starting to set. That Instagram moment was just for me.
Americans, we are proud
Actually, that was a very intimate look at what it's like to cover a campaign, something most of our viewers will never get to do. After spending such a long time with Mitt Romney and his advisors, what can you tell us about what we can see tonight?
Sure. One of the most interesting things to me about tonight is for Governor Romney's speech, they actually moved the podium 20 feet closer, down a level towards the front of the stage. It's supposed to convey warmth. It's supposed to convey intimacy. It's right up the stairs, almost leading down to the audience. He's among them. And people who cover Governor Romney know he's most comfortable in sort of town hall settings. And this creates in this huge convention hall a more intimate town hall setting rather than sort of giving a big speech from above.
Excellent. Well, we all look forward to it. Thanks so much for being here, Ashley.
Thank you.
And now, another installment of our agenda series looking deeper at some of the difficult issues that will confront the next president. Up now is foreign policy, and Cairo Bureau Chief David Kirkpatrick looks at the impact of the Arab Spring.
This is David Kirkpatrick. I'm the Cairo Bureau Chief for the New York Times. And during this presidential election campaign, I'm going to be tracking what is probably the greatest foreign policy challenge now facing the White House. At the beginning of his first term, President Obama flew to Cairo and gave a stirring speech promising a new beginning for the United States and the Arab world, and endorsing broadly the dreamy idea of Arab democracy. Since then, a wave of revolts across the region has upended the old authoritarian order that in retrospect was really quite congenial to American interests. The challenge of the Arab Spring for an American president broadly is that democracy is likely to usher in governments which are much less pliable and possibly even antagonistic. The first we see in Egypt, where democracy has already brought to power the Muslim Brotherhood, an Islamist group which is historically quite critical of the U.S. and even hostile to U.S. policies in the region. The next challenge is in places like Bahrain, where the U.S. is a close ally with an autocrat. Bahrain is the home to the U.S. Fifth Fleet, and cynically, the United States government would not like to see that government fall. At the same time, the government of Bahrain is now actively repressing, sometimes brutally repressing, a democratic uprising in their own country. And lastly, there's the problem of Syria, where the possibility of the fall of President Bashar al-Assad promises to set off a volcano of sectarian tensions, perhaps a civil war between the Alawite and Shiite and Christian minority and the Sunni Muslim majority in that country. Not only a civil war, but perhaps even a regional conflict, and pose a threat to America's ally Israel as well. None of these issues has come up much in the presidential campaign debate so far, but unlike other issues around the periphery of the presidential debate, this one is actively evolving as the election moves forward. Indeed, the facts on the ground are likely to change substantially by the time the next president takes office. And as we move forward, we're going to be tracking those events and trying to discern what they will mean for the occupant of the White House and indeed for American interests around the region.
I'm joined now by Kristen Silverberg, former ambassador to the European Union under President George W. Bush and one of Mitt Romney's foreign policy advisors, to talk more about this issue. Ambassador Silverberg, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Marcus.
We heard a lot last night. We hadn't a lot during this campaign, one must admit, but we heard a lot last night about foreign policy. Secretary of State Rice was on, Paul Ryan talked about it, John McCain talked about it. Specifically, I wonder, how would a Romney administration foreign policy differ from an Obama administration foreign policy?
Well, I think one of the critical things Secretary Rice did last night, you heard Paul Ryan do it as well, you've heard Governor Romney do it, is tie some of our domestic policies to this question of America's power and prestige and influence overseas. So you saw Secretary Rice talk about the importance of education reform, of getting our fiscal house in order. You heard Paul Ryan talk about the U.S. as the greatest force for peace the world has ever known, and how that depends really on our being strong economically here at home. So I think one thing you have to keep in mind is that these things it's not a domestic policy and a foreign policy. These are intimately related. Having an assertive and foreign policy that leads from the front actually helps us economically at home. It helps to drive free markets and a trade agenda. And so I think one thing you have to keep in mind is I think the Romney administration, you'll see people much more vocal on putting those two pieces of our policy together.
Ambassador, I'm going to push you just once more and say again, though, what specifically would be the differences in foreign policy today?
Well, you can think of a lot of things. I mean, Governor Romney on defense spending. He's been very critical of the Obama administration's efforts to balance our budget on the backs of the Pentagon. He's pointed out that really our budget situation is a challenge regarding growing entitlements, but in fact defense is occupying a much smaller part of our budget than it did throughout the Cold War. And he thinks we need to have a defense budget that's sufficient to maintain U.S. power, that's sufficient to make sure that our troops are well equipped and well provided for here at home. And Paul Ryan crafted a budget. Unlike President Obama, he passed a budget that both kept America strong but also helped to deal with our debt situation. So defense spending is a big one. Iran is a big one. Governor Romney has been critical of the Obama administration's willingness to give Iran 18 months at the beginning of his administration with no pressure, no concerted effort, really just to come forward with a compromise plan. And of course that never happened. And I think Governor Romney will be much more clear-eyed, much more determined to prevent Iran not only from acquiring a nuclear weapon, but from acquiring the technology that would enable it to test or deploy a nuclear weapon in the future.
And on the pressing issue of Syria, what would President Romney be doing today?
Look, I think, Bashar Assad is not just a brutal Syrian dictator. He's a guy who's armed Hezbollah, one of the most dangerous terrorist organizations in the world. He helped facilitate the transit of insurgents into Iraq. These are insurgents who've killed innocent Iraqis and American soldiers. And so Governor Romney, he's a close ally of Iran. Governor Romney has been very clear that we need to lend support to the brave people who are fighting to get rid of Bashar Assad. And the inaction of the administration is a concern, not just from the Republicans here in the hall, but from the left, actually, human rights advocates who are saying to President Obama, you have to do something about this. You have to stand with these people. And so I think you'll see Governor Romney be much more determined in helping to shape a democratic and peaceful Syria.
A final question, Ambassador. I'm based in London, so when, from a European perspective, when we hear a lot of criticism about Europe and even mocking of Europe coming from Governor Romney on the campaign trail, we wonder, what do you think would be the long-term impact on our European allies, our most important allies in the world, if Governor Romney becomes President Romney?
I think Governor Romney, and he said this many times on his trip to Europe, he values our relationship and our allies in Europe. This is a long-standing relationship. The people who fight with us when we have difficult security challenges overseas are our strongest trading and investment partners. They're people who share our values, and so I think you'll see him working very closely with Europe. I think what he's pointed out is that some countries in Europe, not all, but some countries in Europe are confronting now a very difficult debt situation brought on by these bloated bureaucracies, by this excessive regulation and flexible labor markets. And he said that's a situation we need to be determined to avoid here at home, that we're seeing the examples of what happens when you avoid tackling your economic problems, and that he and Paul Ryan are determined not to do that.
Madam Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us here tonight.
Thank you.
We're now going to toss to the floor, where we have Speaker Gingrich, Newt Gingrich, former Speaker, is down on the floor now.
So many friends here. Friends from decades of service to the party, service in public life, and those who have helped us over the past few years. And we are delighted that tonight we come together to once again renew the American spirit and put real leadership back in the White House this November.
The election of Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan will decisively move America to a better future. Remembering President Reagan reminds us that the choices we make matter, and this year is as important as the choice we made in 1980.
Over 3 decades have passed since Ronald Reagan was first elected to the White House. Yet the impact of his leadership is still evident today. While in office, President Reagan had 3 major goals: to restore the economy, to revive the American spirit, and to defeat totalitarianism, spreading democracy throughout the world.
By remaining true to his convictions, through his belief in the American people, and with tremendous optimism, President Reagan achieved these goals.
It's striking how President Carter and President Obama both took our nation down a path that in 4 years weakened America's confidence in itself and our hope for a better future.
Both weakened the respect for America abroad. Both increased government programs filled with waste and inefficiency that failed to produce results. Both made promises they couldn't keep, and as a consequence of ineffective policies, both were unable to revive our economy and create jobs.
For example, both crippled American energy production when there were better ways to develop and use our abundant energy resources. The Romney Plan for North American energy independence is exactly the kind of bold, visionary leadership Reagan believed in, and it is what we need now.
A little bit there of Newt Gingrich on the podium downstairs. Up next, we have a report on foreign journalists here at the convention. I myself am currently based in London, so find myself often looking at the American politics from the outside. I spent some time earlier today talking with journalists in much the same position.
Romney is leaving the campaign. He gives up.
The Republican National Convention is meant mostly for a domestic audience, both inside this convention hall and outside. But there are lots of foreign media here, and the world is watching. In fact, 4,000 foreign journalists are accredited out of the 16,000 present here at the convention. We asked a few of them what they're covering and what their audiences back home want to know. First, I met with Branka Slavica, a famous Croatian journalist from southeastern Europe.
I'm based in Washington, D.C., and I've been there for 7 years.
Now, what are you covering at this Republican National Convention? What interests your audience back home?
But first, my audience doesn't know a lot about Mitt Romney, who is, as we all know, Republican candidate. So my main task is to introduce my audience with Mr. Romney.
And then I met with a Swiss radio journalist.
Our audience back in Switzerland are probably really starting now to get interested by the political process, by the campaign, because until now, even the primaries process, it's a little bit complicated to explain, it's a little bit complicated to understand. But now I can see that people are more engaging, even with me on Facebook, asking questions and replying, reacting, commenting on the stories we do. It's now probably really the start of a big interest back home in Switzerland.
There's been lots of comments about Europe and how horrible Europe's economy is. Switzerland's a little bit apart from that. But yet I wonder if your audience has a view about how much Europe plays as some kind of a negative example here at the convention.
I did a story about Europe bashing, and because it's really obvious that Mitt Romney often says, well, Europe doesn't work in Europe, so it won't work in the US, and Obama's politics is a European politics, it won't work in the US. But I think that people understand that it's politics, and actually Switzerland is quite, you can hear the Swiss name quite often in ads because of the Swiss bank account of Mitt Romney. Even our ambassador, our embassy in DC protested to the Obama campaign, saying, well, stop now talking about Switzerland. We're not, it's a cliche, you know, the Swiss bank thing.
Now, you've covered stories like the war in the Balkans, the earthquake in Japan. Is it harder to cover a political convention than what some journalists would call real news, like those other stories?
Honestly, if you ask me, I would like to be in New Orleans at the moment rather than being here. But this is interesting as well because American politics is like showbiz. So that's interesting. That's pretty different than politics in my country. So I'm not complaining for being here and covering this. No.
Adam Nagorny is back with me now to talk more as we get closer to Governor Romney's speech. Adam, we heard Newt Gingrich tonight. He's still talking on the convention floor. Reagan, Romney, one and the same. You've covered Reagan. Are there similarities there?
Well, I mean, what's interesting is that, like, after all, it's been 24 years since Reagan left the White House, and he's still the biggest sort of ex-president there is in Republican life. I mean, you're hearing a lot more talk about him here than you're hearing about George W. Bush. Do I think that there are a lot of people around Reagan that say that he would not survive in today's Republican Party. The Tea Party would not sort of accept him. He was very conservative, and he had very strong principles, but he was also a pragmatist, and he was willing to make some concessions and some kind of deals. He raised taxes, for example. He was governor of California and was president of the United States. I think he would have a lot of trouble in this environment today. And in that way, I think he's probably not that similar to Mitt Romney.
To turn to Mitt Romney, what will you be watching for tonight?
I guess I'll be watching to see how he sort of frames and articulates his vision for the campaign and his vision for the presidency. I want to watch him and see. I want to hear his rationale. Basically, what he has to do is make the case tonight. Why should voters throw out a sitting president in the middle of his term? And that's a hard case to make, even in this really bad environment. And I want to hear how he makes it. He's made it kind of different ways over the past, 2 years that he's been running. But this is his real chance to make it to a big audience with a big platform.
Thank you, Adam. That's all for me for tonight. The Opinion Desk takes over now for a few minutes, and then back here to Megan Lieberman, who will be in this chair for the next hour. Op-ed columnist Charles Blow is standing by. I'm Marcus Mabry. Thanks for watching.
Thank you, Marcus. I'm joined by my fellow columnist Frank Bruni. Frank, you had a Google Hangout today, and I'm sure nobody on the other side of that lens knows what a Google Hangout is. So can you tell us what a Google Hangout is?
Until a few days ago, Charles, I didn't know what it was. We do this thing. We've done it twice now. We're going to do it again next week at the Democratic National Convention, where we talk to voters around the country who are at their computers, at their webcams, and we kind of have a little focus group or town hall through the web.
Very nice, very nice. So today, what was the subject?
Today the subject was, is there a war on women, or do these women feel that there is? We were talking to six different...
Republican war on women.
Yeah, well, we have Republican war on women.
Did you define it that way?
Well, I think they defined it that way. But we talked to 6 different women from different areas of the country, ranging from Mississippi, Massachusetts. In fact, the woman from Massachusetts worked on an abortion hotline, or works on an abortion hotline. Most of them were Democrats, but one was a Tea Partier and one was independent. And we talked about how they feel during this election as women, about some of the issues that have come up, some of the attacks that have come up. Obviously, Todd Aiken's name came up during our discussion.
And were there any themes around which people could agree?
Well, I was really not surprised, but one of the things that really struck me was just how personally a lot of these women felt about some of the public discussion out there, some of the things that they have heard said, like Todd Aiken's remark. A number of them very disturbed by Paul Ryan's selection as a running mate. They were because they're very much aware that his position on abortion is even to the right of Mitt Romney's. They're very much aware. 2 of the women are from Mississippi, and so they'd just been through that whole state vote on the personhood amendment, on whether we were going to define a fertilized embryo as a full-fledged human being, and they were aware.
Mississippi also had this quirky thing about they only had one abortion clinic and they were trying to close that down through legislation, right?
So if you are pro-choice, as these 2 women are, Mississippi is really kind of great, is a very
territory,
and they were very aware of the positions Paul Ryan has taken on abortion, and that he has kind of signed on to that personhood notion that was defeated even in Mississippi.
Now, one thing that I'm very curious about is whether or not women, or the women you talk to, separate the economic issue from the women's health issue as it comes to women's reproductive rights. I always think of it as kind of joined at the hip. So you can't really plan a family, plan a career if you can't plan your own family in time when you have a child. Did they how did they come down on that issue?
It's very smart of you. They absolutely did. They said that this isn't just a matter of ownership of your own body, but it's a matter of ownership of your own future and life and finances and economic well-being. And if you can't control the planning of your family, what do you have control over?
And were any of them married, or were they all single women?
Interestingly, I didn't realize until you just asked that none of them got into their marital situation. There must have been a few who were, but no husbands ever came up. This was
because that
was all women and me.
that is the kind of cleaving point, which is that more married women seem to not have as much of a problem with it, but more single women for whom this may be more of an issue, timing reproductive processes. It becomes more of an issue for them.
Yeah, no, and none of them mention their family status. But, you know, this is such a central point that you're making about it being an economic issue. We hear so much in this election about how everyone's going to decide on the economy, but there are certain other issues you cannot divorce from the economy, or that you can't divorce from your economic well-being. And it's great that you raised that.
Right. So, what is our takeaway? I mean, if you had a takeaway from the entire conversation, what would it be?
Well, I think the takeaway from this group, and it's not exactly a randomly chosen group, is that voters are more engaged than we maybe give them credit for. That when public policy discussions intersect with their personal lives, they feel it very keenly, and they're very on edge about this coming out the way they want it to come out. Most of these women were pro-Obama, and I sensed real fear in them if the Romney-Ryan ticket won, because I think they really are concerned that there could be, restrictions on abortion that don't exist now.
Well, what of the opinions of the few, I guess, who were pro-Ryan Romney? What were their positions?
Well, I mean, the Tea Party woman, for example, who is leaning that way, you know, she made the argument, and I think it's a very heartfelt one that we always have to remember, that she believes life begins at conception. And I think that's something we all have to remain cognizant of when we talk about abortion. If someone believes life begins at conception, and that is a life with every bit as much, deserving protection every bit as much as any other, it's hard for someone like that to compromise on abortion, and I really understand that, and I think it's why it's one of those issues that is going to be in every election and is always going to cause a great deal of friction.
And you feel that it transcends the personal, like you can't just be personally pro-life and kind of universally, pro-choice. If you believe it, you believe it for everyone, not just for my body, but for your body and for everybody on the planet.
If you feel that fertilized embryo is a full-fledged human being, then to you, it may well be that abortion is murder, and at that point you can't say, well, it's everyone's own decision.
Okay. That's Frank Bruni. That's all for us now. Now you know what a Google Hangout is. Get yourself involved in this if there's a way you can do that. And now send this back to Marcus. I hope that's what we're sending it back to. Marcus, take it away.
I'm Megan Lieberman with you for the next hour as we get closer to Mitt Romney's big speech. Michael Barbaro, who covers the Romney campaign, joins me now. So, Michael, we've actually now seen excerpts of this speech. So tell me what strikes you.
Well, what strikes me first, having been on the campaign trail with him for the last year, is that the language has changed and really been moderated and much more measured here than it's been out on the trail. He talked for the last 6 months about the abject failure of Barack Obama. Here, it's been toned down to something much more like disappointment.
Right.
And language that I think
I know,
we should
he says, I wish the president had succeeded.
Yeah, and the language I think is most interesting. He said, shouldn't you feel the way you felt on Election Day right now about Barack Obama? He's appealing to people's sense of disappointment, recognizing that they start here and haven't gone all the way down to here. They're somewhere in the middle.
This is the thing they know they have to address. The president's very well liked, and they have to give people permission to say, we like you, but we fire you.
That's right. But to not go too hard at it. And of course, the second thing that struck me was the direct appeal to women. He's ticking off, almost bullet point style. Half my cabinet in Massachusetts was women. I mentored women at Bain.
Right.
Women.
Women. This is not
a very clear appeal.
This is not a weakness for me. It also really reflects this clear change in strategy from saying, they were going after this initially as this is a referendum election. The president's failed. It's time for him to go. And now they're saying this is a choice, which is the election that Barack Obama's always wanted. And in fact, in this, not just by picking Paul Ryan, we've got some noise here on the floor about we'll let that go.
We saw this slow evolution away from what seemed to be a decision at the beginning to go so hard on the argument that Barack Obama had failed, that it was an irredeemable presidency.
Michael, I think Jeb Bush is about to start speaking, so we're going to go to the floor for a minute.
Thank you. Welcome to Florida. Bienvenidos a nuestra querida Florida. Thank you. Before I begin my remarks, I have something personal I'd like to share with you. I've been so blessed to be part of a family that has committed its life to public service. My granddad, my grandfather, and my father have been incredible role models for me and served our country honorably. And my brother, well, I love my brother. He is a man of integrity, courage, and honor. And during incredibly challenging times, he kept us safe. So, Mr. President, it is time to stop blaming your predecessor for your failed economic policies. You were dealt a tough hand. You were dealt a tough hand, but your policies have not worked. In the 4th year of your presidency, a real leader would accept responsibility for his actions, and you haven't done it. Now that I've gotten that off my chest, let's talk a little bit about our kids and education. This election is about the future of this nation. We can shape that future with what we do here, with what we do on November 6th. We can restore America's greatness. That starts with a strong economy, a smart energy policy, lower deficits, and a president who puts America's workers and job creators first. But to have a great future, a secure future, a future that is equal to our potential as a nation, we need to do something else. We must make sure that our children and grandchildren are ready for the world we are shaping today. It starts in our homes, in our communities, and especially in our schools. As a candidate and governor, I visited over 400 Florida schools. I saw children read for their first sentences, solve their first long division problems, explore the miracles of chemistry and physics. That's the essence of education. Students getting a chance at a future. There are many reasons to believe America's future is bright, but also reasons to worry. Of 34 advanced nations in the world, American students rank 17th in science, 25th in math. Only 1/4 of high school graduates are ready for their next steps. China and India produce 8 times more engineering students each year than the United States. This is a moral cost to our country. Our failing schools need to be fixed. We say that every child in America has an equal opportunity. But tell that to a kid in whose classroom learning isn't respected.
That was Jeb Bush defending his brother and attacking the president's leadership. I'm back with Michael Barbaro. So, Michael, let's talk a little more about Mitt Romney's speech tonight. We've heard a lot about how he's going to finally address his faith to the public. Interestingly, in the excerpts, there is neither the word Mormon nor Mormonism.
No, and there are actually really interesting and very telling synonyms for those things. Our congregation, the church, the congregation. He doesn't want to. We have to be careful. These are excerpts. We don't know what's.
Say it in the speech
he could do a very long, expansive discussion of the history of the Latter-day Saints and Mormonism. But so far, it looks like he's threading the needle, as we suspected he would, by discussing what religion means to him in a way that ought to be quite relatable to anybody else who has faith, and will skirt the question of whether or not you or anybody else has skepticism of Mormonism in particular.
He's also very subtle in the way he deals with Bain here.
where he says, "When I was 37, I founded a small company."
Yeah, that's like a pronoun game here. He talks about
Spock, the unnamed source.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And what he's talking about is what he always talks about. He's talking about the big consumer brands that he was an investor in that have thrived since. Staples, Sports Authority, Bright Horizons. And he's not going to talk about Bain, because Bain doesn't, first of all, Bain doesn't really mean anything to people, and to the degree it means something,
it means a bad thing.
It means something that's scary and potentially really negative. And I think what's really interesting for viewers at home who want to play Bain and Mormon bingo is, are these words going to be used? And if they're going to be used, how often and what context?
Right. It is a sort of stealth game there. Let's talk about Mitt Romney as a speaker. What you've been following him for months and months. What is he like as a speaker? What's his speaking style, generally?
His speaking style, like everything about this campaign, is not especially subtle. It's full of really emphatic, often
Unlike
very...
this speech. Much more emphatic, usually.
Yes. Well, this will be a departure from his, I would argue, from his normal speaking style.
Right.
This is a speech full of nuance, as a general election kickoff game a speech ought to be.
Right.
His regular speech is full of statements like, Barack Obama is substituting free markets for government. Barack Obama has failed. I mean, very emphatic, straightforward, staccato statements of that kind. And what you're going to see here is a speech with much more flourish and also moderation.
Let's talk about process. What's his speech writing process? We heard a lot. The campaign loves to talk about how he writes his own speeches and he does it himself. Is that true?
It's not so simple. He is very much a tinkerer and an editor, and somebody who has a bunch of phrases in his head he wants to use. But Stuart Stevens is the primary author of this speech. And it's funny, I spoke to Scott Romney, Mitt Romney's brother, who asked him a week ago, Mitt, how's the speech? And Mitt said, I haven't written a word. And Scott was mortified. These things tend to happen later than they should. Mitt tinkers on an iPad. There's a special app he has.
He's a speech procrastinator?
Yep. And he's a henpecker typer, so he's on his iPad, he's typing on an app that he and Stuart can share and go back and forth. But this kind of a speech is never going to be entirely entrusted to somebody who's not a full-time writer.
Right. Are there keywords we should be listening for? Are there themes that we sort of know come up in that?
There are Mitt words that are prevalent throughout any speech. Enterprise, a word that throws people off a little bit, but he loves it because he's created many. Freedom, free. Government,
free market, I'm assuming.
Regulation. You know, they're going to be words that are positives for him and negatives for Obama, and you'll hear them many, many times over.
There's also usually some kind of patriotic theme in his speeches, isn't there? In addition to the singing. The singing
and all
of the hymns.
Yeah. What we're not going to see is the very heavy-handed thing he often does, which is to recite lines from the Declaration of Independence or begin singing American hymns or reciting them as poetry. What we're likely to see here are the use of the kind of anecdotes that represent patriotism, which he loves to trot them out, loves to show that Americans are patriotic. The implication, of course, is that some are much more patriotic than others.
Like the president.
Like the president.
Thanks, Michael.
My pleasure.
Earlier, I spoke with Ann Stone of Republicans for Choice in our media center about another important issue in this campaign, the fight over abortion. I am curious what it's like to be a pro-choice Republican in this moment in Republican life.
Loads of fun. It's not quite as lonely as you might think, because certainly we hear from hundreds of women a week, who are complaining, and men who are complaining about the extreme position that the party appears to be in. Pardon?
How about in the hall over here?
Well, it depends. It depends on what state delegations you go near. Some state delegations are apparently anti-choice and others are not. So, and I think you can guess the geographic distribution therein. But the party still is pro-choice. It is for women having the right to make the decision. The problem is people have forgotten what that means.
Pro-life has gotten, as a label, has been much more widely accepted.
It has.
But you think it's not connected to what the actual
within the pro-life label, 70% want women to have the right to make the decision.
Right.
That's pro-choice.
Yes.
They don't know that. And I have great fun, especially with new candidates, asking what their position is. And if they say they're pro-life, I'll say okay, and that is because, and they'll look at me and go, well, but I really think, I really don't think I have a right to impose that position.
On somebody else.
And
but
you
the
tell
platform,
them
the platform here does try to impose that position.
It does.
It's pretty absolutist. It is basically the Todd Akin position. And given that it was adopted sort of 2 days after Todd Akin made that remark, did you have some hope in that moment that maybe they would adopt a sort of more moderate position?
Interestingly enough, every 4 years we submit our position on abortion. it's a blank white page. It has quotes at the top, quotes at the bottom, and we say you should be silent. This year we actually also introduced some moderating language saying people should have the right to follow their own beliefs and make their own choices in their life, and that's at the beginning of the section that the plank is contained within, so it's sort of interesting. It nullifies what comes after, and they left that in.
There is clearly a gender gap when we look at polls, and that's quite clear. And even an empathy gap, which maybe is somewhat connected to that. Do you think, how much of the gender gap alone do you think is reducible just to the sort of abortion and contraception positions?
I think it is a big part of it, because regardless of your position on abortion, it comes across that we don't trust women to make decisions in their own lives.
But do you see an actual opening within the party to move in that direction?
Yes, and we've made good progress in some years when we have a candidate that is more assured and more secure with the base.
But you don't have that this year.
I know. That's why we've lost a little ground, because they feel they have to play.
Who is pretty stringent on that.
Yes, and that's going to be the next challenge. Looking ahead to 2016 or 2020, that's going to be the real challenge.
I'm joined now by Nate Silver of our 538 blog. So Nate, let's talk about the map, Mitt Romney's map.
Sure.
You have in your current forecast the president winning about 300 electoral votes, which means Mitt Romney has some work to do. So if you were Romney campaign, where would you be focusing your resources?
Well, I think actually right here in Florida is where you have to stop the bleeding first. We've had a number of polls where Obama's up, not by a lot generally, but maybe by a point or two in Florida. Usually if you're Romney and you're only down 1 or 2 points nationally, you would think Florida would be in your column
right, you and I
by
talked
now.
about Florida quite a lot.
Right, and we've both been surprised by Florida. It seems like it's a little bit red-leaning. You have a lot of seniors, not a great demographic for Obama, and it's a state Romney did very, very well in the primary. Right, everything seemed to point toward him here, and we've seen Obama maintain on average a small lead in the polls.
For a couple of months now, though. It's been a pretty consistent lead for a little while now.
It's been inconsistent between different pollsters, but if you take the average,
over
then
time,
it's
right.
been pretty constant over time.
So let's talk about the nominees here, their home states.
Sure.
How about Wisconsin? Wisconsin is obviously a state that the president won last time. Is this a state that is in the tipping point area now?
Yeah, so Wisconsin's definitely a state where you have seen some movement. It went from about Obama +6 to Obama +2, and that means it's right at what we call the tipping point, because the national margin's also Obama +2, and so it's become one of the 3 or 4 most important states, and in that sense, the Paul Ryan pick looks good so far.
How about Michigan? There's always this whole hope that, they have a chance with Michigan because of Romney's history there, and they seem to want to continue to make a play for it.
So
You're
Michigan's
skeptical.
a state where we have a big split in the pollsters. Some of the pollsters I would consider more solid, have Obama up by a fairly big margin. There are some spotty pollsters, shall we say, that have a closer race. But let's remember, Romney opposed the auto bailout, which is popular in Michigan. He nearly lost his native state to Rick Santorum in the primaries.
He had to gut that one out.
Yeah, and he's not really invested a lot of money or time there. They make sporadic campaign visits, and PACs have spent some money there, but you can tell from the money that the Romney campaign is spending that they know that Wisconsin's more important than Michigan. They know Ohio's more important than Michigan, and I think it's not going to be a state we'll hear a lot about in the last weeks of October.
So, there's always this idea that Ohio or Florida is the state. I know you have Ohio still as your #1 tipping point state.
Yeah.
Can Romney win without either of those?
So I think there are some maps for him where he can lose Ohio and still win. In fact, Wisconsin's probably pretty important to those maps.
If he's going to do that, right.
You get not quite as many electoral votes, but if you can flip Ohio for Wisconsin, you at least have a shot. It wouldn't be easy by any means. You'd have to kind of sweep the other swing states. But Florida is a bridge too far. When you're talking, it's
just
10
too
more
many
electoral votes than Ohio.
Right.
It means you're probably having problems with all kinds of Latino groups that would hurt you in Colorado. Other states you might have to win anyway.
Right. I mean, it's a thing that's sort of under-recognized sometimes, which is that a lot of the Latino population in Florida is not Cuban, and that those Latino voters are much more democratic.
And that vote is growing. So here's the optimist case for Obama in Florida, which is you'd say if you look in this area, Tampa, you look in Orlando, you're getting a lot of Puerto Rican voters a few Dominican Americans, a few Mexican Americans, and and they're voting by Democrats for pretty large margins. And so if Florida goes from being a little bit red-leaning to neutral or a little bit blue-leaning, then the GOP is going to have a lot of nightmares in 2016, 2020, unless they start appealing more to a broader racial coalition of voters.
Thanks a lot, Nate.
Thanks, Megan.
And now Carolyn Ryan is standing outside the arena with Scott Hellman of the Boston Globe, who literally wrote the book on Mitt Romney. Take it away, Carolyn.
Thanks, Megan. I'm here with Scott Hellman. Scott, more than anybody really in the country, you've traced the arc of Mitt Romney's life, his political career. Tell me what the significance of tonight is.
I mean, this is really the capstone of his life to this point. Everything he's done is built up to this, like all the ambition, all the preparation, the hard work to get here, the diligent, courting of party activists, all that stuff, the business career, sort of it all builds to tonight. And it's by far, I think, the biggest moment of his life.
And tell me, part of your book looked at the relationship between George Romney, of course, who failed in his presidential bid, and his son. Now, what do you think George Romney would feel were he here tonight?
I mean, there's no question that he would be immensely proud to see his son standing on the biggest stage of his life tonight, right? So I think that's undeniable. At the same time, one wonders what George Romney would make of his politics, because Mitt Romney is a lot more conservative than George Romney ever was. I mean, George Romney would have never called himself severely conservative. In fact, in the 1964 convention, Republican convention, he was the one railing against extremism, right? And he warned that adopting this kind of extremist platform for the party would be, quote, political suicide. So here you have Mitt Romney, the son, a few decades later, really courting that right part of the party. So, it's really interesting to think about what he might think of that aspect of what he's doing.
Absolutely. Now, one of the fascinating parts of this speech is that Romney's expected to talk about his Mormon faith, and as you've chronicled, it's always been a little bit of an awkward topic politically for him, and even personally, how do you introduce it? Now, I understand you have interviewed a couple of the people from the Mormon community who are going to be speaking tonight and helping to kind of humanize Mitt Romney. Can you tell us about them?
Sure. So there are a couple of people. I mean, he has people throughout his life speaking tonight. Two of the most interesting ones, I think, are Ken Hutchins, who succeeded Mitt Romney as the president of the Mormon stake in Boston, essentially the diocese, if you will, the collection of Mormon congregations. And then Grant Bennett, also a close friend from the church, somebody who's known the Romneys for years. Just the fact that they're here and they're speaking, and they're sort of speaking as Mormons, I think is a big moment, particularly because Romney, until really a week or so ago, has been really unwilling to go here at all. And now we have him bringing these people onto the biggest stage that he's ever been on with him and sort of showing himself through them. And I think,
what has their personal experience been with Mitt Romney?
No, I mean, both of them would talk at length about Romney's role as a church leader, how he's helped people in crises. Grant Bennett has many stories, but tells a story about the time that Mitt Romney came and dislodged a hornet's nest from his house at like 9:30 at night because Grant had tried to do it himself and had fallen off a ladder and broken his foot. So Mitt charges up with his tools at 9:30 at night. You can totally see this. No video of this either, I don't believe. But you can totally see it, right? He was frustrating to him that this problem wasn't solved. So he goes up, brings over like a screwdriver and some hose and dislodges the thing and leaves.
And to what degree do you think the predicate has been laid for him to talk more personally about his faith? Do you think that the audience is ready for it? Do you think that he's ready for it?
I don't know if he's ready for it. I think the audience wants it, not necessarily the faith, but the more, openness about his personal life. So clearly they have made the calculation that despite the risks of opening up about this faith that many people still see as, isolated and that many people are, of course, skeptical of some of the beliefs and so forth, that the trade-off is worth it, that they need to humanize him, more than they don't need to talk about Mormonism, right? Like they have to open up, and you can't open up without talking about the faith.
Well, it'll be interesting to watch. Thank you, Scott. Back to you, Megan.
Thanks, Carolyn. I'm back now with Jeremy Peters, who covers politics and media. So, Jeremy, Fox is sort of the indisputed media star of this convention, and you're with the star of Fox Stars here. What was that? Tell us about it and tell us who it is.
I spent the day with Carl Cameron, otherwise known to his legions of fans as Campaign Carl. So, just to give you an idea of how popular Carl is among Fox News watchers, we could hardly take 3 steps today on the convention floor without somebody coming up to him and asking for an autograph or begging to have their picture taken with him.
Right. And you do see Fox on every TV here, and Fox's ratings for this convention have been kind of astronomical, haven't they?
they beat every other cable network as they usually do, but they also beat every other broadcast network. Almost
amazing.
2 times as many people watched Fox News last night than watched NBC. That's just staggering.
It is staggering. You see that the skepticism of a lot of the other media organizations here. I'm staying at a hotel with some of the Kansas delegation and the Missouri delegation, and a pretty heavy majority of them are wearing "Don't Trust the Liberal Media" pins.
Yes.
So
Exactly.
you do get the sort of Fox favoritism in the hall.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can just tell by the parade of Republican operatives that are walking through the skybox right over there where Fox News is located. I mean, everybody from Marco Rubio to Karl Rove, who's employed by them. I mean, it's home base.
It is. It's interesting that Fox and some of the other cable networks have actually taken on a role in this campaign in some way. Like, we've seen for years Democratic politicians, Republican politicians going after the mainstream media, and it's sort of like a favorite applause line. Newt Gingrich, whooped it up throughout the primaries with that. But you also now have a Democratic president who goes after what he sees as a conservative media organization in Fox all the time. He uses them as kind of like a campaign battering around.
Right, it's a line in his stump speech. In 2008, it was actually very effective for him. He would have this line that he would deliver. He would say, you'll hear the news on CNN, and then he would pause for dramatic effect, and Fox News, and everybody would boo.
Right. Now, I'm assuming when we get to Charlotte, we're not going to see anyone who has quite the Carl Cameron magic there.
No, probably not. I mean, that's the one thing that the liberal media has never, well, the quote-unquote liberal media has never been able to match, is that authority and that, there's a real, Fox is a monolith in the conservative media, and it's something that just MSNBC could never beat.
Thanks, Jeremy. Rick Burke is standing by in the media center and is joined by political editor Dick Stevenson. Take it away, Rick.
Thanks, Megan. Dick, it seems like just a day or two ago we were worried about the storm and whether this convention would even happen. Can you talk a little bit about how, as political editor, you've had to sort of adjust to the different possibilities?
Well, these conventions are very tightly scripted shows, and this was one that risked, at the beginning at least, running wildly off script, not just upsetting the rhythm of what the Romney campaign and the Republican Party had laid out to get its message out, but also raising the possibility that they were going to be competing with the imagery, not just of a natural disaster, but one that held really difficult comparisons for a Republican in particular, Hurricane Katrina.
Right.
Now, for us, this is in many ways an opportunity to break out of the script that the parties are trying to get across here and do our own journalism. The less that they're on message, the more opportunity we have to crack that script.
Right. Talk a little bit about now in this 24/7 news environment, every news organization is trying something different. We're doing video for the first time at conventions. You've even had our lead reporters switch off and spend a whole day doing TV rather than writing the main story. How has that affected our choices and decisions?
Well, we, I think, view this as rather than choosing not to do things, we're choosing to try to do everything. And what that means is that, if we have, great political reporters like Jeff Zeleny or Jim Rutenberg, we want them to be great on television and great on the web and great in print. That means everybody has to work harder. It also means we need to learn how to tell stories, how to do great value-added journalism, no matter what the platform is.
It's kind of hard. We both worked hard as reporters, but I think it's even harder than when we were doing it.
I wouldn't want to work for me or you now.
I would not want to work for you.
Because, our reporters work from the moment they wake up in the morning till the moment they go to bed at night. And, they're tweeting, they're blogging, they're on television, and, they're writing for the old-fashioned print newspaper, which, after all, is something that people want to still wake up to in the morning.
And is our bread and butter still financially.
That's our brand, yeah.
Now, let me ask you this. You're already thinking about next week and the days ahead, even before the main event tonight. And what are you instructing our reporters in terms of what they should be looking for as we try to push the story ahead to the future? Because, as we know, news is perishable, and our readers want to know tonight and tomorrow not just about what happens on the floor, but what's ahead.
Right. I mean, you will see reflected in our coverage starting, tonight and tomorrow morning as Romney speaks and then prepares to go out on the campaign trail, a look at what his next big job is, which is really to convince those wavering voters out there who still have some lingering faith in Obama that it's time for them to give up on that and move on. We'll be looking at how the Obama campaign is going to try to counter the economic and kind of failure messages that have dominated the messaging of the Republican campaign. And of course, we'll be looking beyond the conventions to the real world, which will, most notably impinge itself on the Obama campaign, a week from tomorrow morning when the next round of unemployment numbers comes out.
Right. Now, which is more a crisis, a bigger crisis or more stressful for you? Debate nights or election nights or convention nights?
Without
Not
question.
that you're stressed at all, Norman. You're cool as a cucumber.
Zen. Totally zen all the time. Debate nights are without a question the hardest thing in political journalism. That was true when you and I were reporters before Twitter and everything, but it's really true now because everything is instantaneous. They're totally unscripted. You never know what a candidate is going to say that is going to reverberate around the political world. You have to be on top of every single minute.
And tonight's simple, though, done by 11 and then out of here, right?
Well, it's never that simple. But, the good part of a highly scripted, choreographed show, which is what a convention is after all, it's a show produced by the parties for a national television audience, is that you do have a little bit of the script.
Right.
The fact is we'll get the text of Romney's speech just as he begins to speak. We'll be able to follow along with that. We more or less know what he's going to say.
We will be out by 11, I guarantee.
You may be out by 11 to get to the parties. Some of us will still be here working
Dick,
hard.
thank you very much. Now that's all for me. Back to you, Megan.
Thanks, Rick. I'm joined now by Adam Sharp, who's Twitter's man in Washington. So, Adam, you guys created in May, started something called the Twitter Political Index. Just tell us what that is really quickly.
The Twitter Political Index is a daily measure of Twitter users' attitudes towards the candidates that's expressed in their tweets. We're essentially measuring natural conversation that an election ago would have been limited to coffee shops and water coolers.
Right, and it's a sort of sentiment analysis of those tweets, right?
Yes.
So, since the convention, one would imagine that Mitt Romney's ratings gone up and Barack Obama's has gone down. Has that been the trend line, and has there been anything in the trend line that surprised you?
That's been roughly the trend line. We actually saw Mitt Romney starting to move up late last week in advance of the convention.
Right,
and
the pre-convention coverage, right.
Absolutely. And then really tend to go up on Tuesday night when his wife addressed the convention. We go 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. So last night's Twindex for Mitt Romney went up to 60, which means he was one of the more positively viewed subjects on Twitter, more positive than 60% of all other tweets that day. Now, today, from the numbers that cover last night's coverage to today, that number actually dropped a little bit, and he slipped to 48, which is unsurprising because in the second night, the conversation about Mitt Romney shifted from Mitt Romney loving husband to policy and
Medicare
politics.
And things like that.
Also, you have to imagine more Democrats were tuning in to Paul Ryan's speech than maybe had tuned in to the first night of the convention, so you probably had a more balanced conversation.
Also, probably that Democrats who are trying to be attack dogs are much more likely to attack Paul Ryan on Twitter than maybe Ann Romney, which is a little less politic.
Now, President Obama has been pretty steady right around the 30-point mark. He was up in the low 30s yesterday. He's down to 28 tonight, and he'll probably stay there for much of the rest of the convention.
And we'll expect a boost when his convention starts.
That's what we would imagine. We'll see where the data takes us.
Whose personal political index sort of shot up as a result of their speech and in reaction to their speech? So it looked like there were a couple of people, particularly a couple of the women, who really seemed to shoot up.
Well, Ann Romney actually saw the biggest spike. I mean, she more than doubled her Twindex value between the beginning of her speech and the end of her speech. In fairness, though, there was also very low volume around Ann Romney prior to the speech, so that before the speech, there was very little conversation, and what little there was largely negative.
Right.
After the speech, large burst of conversation, but much more positive. And in fact, she had the most tweeted moment of the night when she was joined by her husband on stage. Now, interestingly,
There's
Paul
a lot of
Ryan,
sort of quizzical tweeting about that moment, though, wasn't there? That it was sort of
and all of these
an
things
odd
will be
appearance.
switched.
Yeah.
Earlier in the evening, we saw Rick Santorum, and he had a sequence in his speech talking about hands, and he kept hitting that refrain again and again.
I shook the hand of the American dream. That one.
Yeah, that one, and that hit a peak of more than 3,000 tweets per minute. But when you looked at those tweets, it was pretty evenly split between those
Positive
that were
ones
positive and those
that
were
confused.
satirical or confused. With Paul Ryan's speech last night, it was interesting. He only saw a small increase in his Twitter index rating, only about 4 points. Which makes sense because coming into the convention, you have to imagine
He's a more polarizing
that a lot
figure,
of people
probably.
have already had their opinion if they're tuning into a convention in the middle of the week. And you have a slight edge for the Republicans who probably outnumber Democrats in the viewing audience. You'll probably see the opposite effect with Joe Biden next week in Charlotte.
But meanwhile, Paul Ryan has had the tweets per minute record so far, right?
Yes, he actually has had the two most tweeted moments, or most tweeted peaks of the convention so far.
Right.
The biggest one being at the conclusion of his speech. Just as we see applause in the hall, towards the end of speeches, we tend to see large volume on Twitter. But he also had two other notable spikes in the count. He hit about 6,000 tweets per minute when talking about the budget. He hit about 6,500 tweets per minute when talking about his faith and family, and then went to 6,700 when wrapping up his speech at the end of the night. So what's interesting is that going into the night, the party has been trying to really talk about Paul Ryan's credentials as chairman of the budget committee, as a faithful family man, and turns out when he talks on those issues, those are the moments that generate the largest reaction on Twitter.
Let's talk about the Twitter convention bounce. We're going to assume that Romney ends his convention higher than he started. You know, there's a kind of baseline for that in polling. You sort of know an average convention bounce in polling is, has historically been about 7 points. Recently, it's been less. You guys don't really have a baseline for that. How do you sort of think about that, measure that?
There's a first time for everything.
Right.
I think when you look at Twitter, some things that we've noticed are that we do respond very quickly to events. It's a real-time platform. People talk about events, but then they go back to the previous conversation, and the question is, does it last? Now, I would suspect that if there is a bounce, it might rebound more quickly than traditional polling. This is similar to what we saw following the raid on Osama bin Laden last year.
Right.
There was a big increase in both the Twindex and the Gallup approval rating for President Obama, but the daily numbers for the Twitter index started falling off more quickly, and there were more tweets on the economy than on all national security issues combined. People went back to the issues that they were talking about that affected their day-to-day lives before, their taxes, their jobs, their mortgage.
Thanks a lot, Adam.
No worries.
Speaking of Twitter, up next we have a look at one of the new features of this convention. Social media companies have a large presence here, and they're working hard to attract attention. Social media editor Lexi Mainland samples some of their wares.
At any big political event, the usual media organizations are there, of course. But this year, at the Republican National Convention, there are some conspicuous new kids on the block. I have to say, so far, one of the most surprising things that I've seen at the Republican National Convention is the shared space between Twitter and Facebook. It doesn't seem like they're competing, it seems like they're sharing.
I mean, Facebook definitely is working on a Facebook experience, we're working on a Twitter experience, so we're sitting close to one another, but working on our stuff.
And we're not the only ones interested in what they're doing here. Are you thinking of your space here as your sort of another news organization among all of these other ones, or are you playing some kind of different role?
No, so Twitter is here at the RNC to help support news organizations, help support the party. Anyone who's here that is using Twitter, we want to be here to help them if they need our help.
And it's probably no surprise that the social media companies have the coolest freebies in the whole media center. While Twitter gives out stickers and buttons, Facebook takes it to another level. Give us a tour of your swag buffet.
We have some Facebook magnets.
Okay.
We have Facebook slap bracelet.
I will slap you if you slap me.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Go.
But no social media is doing it bigger than Google. Here, people line up for free, fancy coffees.
We do a cold brewed coffee, which is about a 12-hour process. And then they like the cortado. It's a Spanish drink, which is about half espresso and half steamed milk.
You can also stop by the photo booth and get your picture taken. And spend a moment reading the newspaper. On our way back to our New York Times office space, we stopped by to see our friends at BuzzFeed, the social news organization.
It's really convenient. The restrooms are right here, which, you know, we obviously requested to be next to the bathrooms. and there are like hot dog stands, you know, right around here. And if we need to take a nap, we can just go to like the New York Times space. There's some couches over there. So.
It's true. We have really nice couches. And even if we don't have an espresso bar, a photo booth, or slap bracelets, at the Times workspace, we still have lots of coffee. I mean, we're journalists. We didn't come to the conventions to be too pampered, right?
And Caroline Ryan is back again in her spot outside the arena. This time she's got Tom Ralph, who's one of Mitt Romney's longtime senior advisors. Take it away, Caroline.
Thanks, Megan. Tom, of course, we're all focused on what the speech will say, how will it be received, but I wanted to ask you a little bit about the future beyond the convention. You're from a swing state. You know the electoral map very well. What does Mitt Romney have to do from here?
Well, I really think it's a very close election. I think this may come down to 1 million voters in 8 states. So first of all, I think the first task will be to hold on to what you've got. Make sure your base is enthusiastic, committed, and turns out. For those people who are still making up their mind, and it is a remarkably small number of undecided this early in a campaign, I think you've got to give them a reason to come your way. If they're undecided, it means for some reason they're not sticking at the moment with the president. So those voters are in play, and you've got to say things to them that talk about the things that concern them, that move them, and make you a reasonable choice. In our case, we think it's the economy, the belief that we can fix this, and that we need to move America ahead. And the message really is not going to be a lot more sophisticated than that.
Now, you've been to a lot of conventions. You are very good at taking the temperature of Republicans. We've heard that a lot of people are fired up in the party about getting rid of or firing Barack Obama. Are they fired up about your nominee?
I think one follows the other. It almost doesn't, as long as they're fired up, they're going to be fired up. I do think there is a lot more enthusiasm and passion for Mitt Romney and his party than he gets credit for. And,
where is it?
I think it is in going through this extended period, winning primaries all over this country, piling up millions of Republican votes, consolidating the party behind him with all these diverse voices that we saw in the primary process. They're all now standing as one with Mitt Romney. They do share a common goal. The goal is to change the direction of this country. And I think everybody, but there's no one who doubts the capacity of Mitt Romney to govern. What everybody, and particularly the political press, is how does he do politics? Right. Well, you know what? We got this far. Right. And I think what happens next, I trust the judgment of the American people. I think he's going to do very well with them.
Now tell me this, 2008, Obama obviously won New Hampshire, I think pretty comfortably. Right. Why is it even a swing state?
Well, if you look at the most recent polls in New Hampshire, when they say, is this country on the right track or the wrong track? About 29% say it's on the right track, and almost 70% say it's on the wrong track. It's been a complete reversal. Even though we've been relatively well off economically, there is a sense of economic anxiety, angst, unease about the future. And this is I mean, I say this with some passion because it's about grandchildren. And people are really worried about burdening the next generations with the kind of debt that our current situation puts on it. And I think that's something that all Americans in New Hampshire worries about. We are a very flinty, frugal, bordering on cheap state. We do not waste money, and the idea that we're running $13-14 trillion in debt is frightening.
Now, you have a personal relationship with Mitt Romney, and you're close into his inner circle. Tell me what you know about the preparations for the speech and the message.
Well, it's the speech. I mean, he basically writes a lot of his own speeches, and I have not been part of that preparation. But folks who've been around, it is a typical Mitt Romney production. You draft, he rewrites, he tells you to tweak this bit, tweak that bit. It's a speech that when he gives it tonight, he will be very comfortable with what's in it. He'll be comfortable with how it phrases, how it portrays himself. He is a very careful, thorough and durable editor, and of himself. And this, he understands, he does big things really well. Whenever he had to win a debate, he won the debate. He gave a marvelous speech 3 years ago about religion in America. He did a great job on primary night in New Hampshire. This is where the race is going. This is the race with me and Obama. When he comes to a big moment, he does it well. I have every confidence there's going to be a very well done speech that really is going to frame and position the next 70 days of this campaign.
Well, we'll be watching with interest. Tom, thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Megan.
Thanks, Carolyn. Michael Barbaro is with me now. Michael, when you were talking earlier, we were talking about sort of this speech reflecting this change in strategy from a fire Barack Obama to a hire me strategy. How did that happen over the last 6 months, say?
It certainly was something that evolved. You know, that notion, hire versus fire, it's the central tactical question of this campaign.
Absolutely.
And a decision was made many months back that the Romney campaign was going to take the fire approach, fire Barack Obama. We're going to make a case that this is an irredeemable presidency.
Right. He's failed on the economy.
Failed on the economy. Doesn't understand the way the economy works. Doesn't understand
business.
us.
Doesn't understand America.
That's right. That's right. And that was a potentially wise and successful strategy. But something interesting and important happened. Number one, Barack Obama trained a ton of money in the other direction at firing, in a sense, Mitt Romney.
And making him look like someone who likes to fire other people.
Making him look like a cold-blooded capitalist,
right?
Unfeeling, all the rest. We sort of know that caricature. And to a degree that alarmed the Romney people, it was working. And they had their own financial problem. They were running up against a wall that primary candidates do. They can't reach into the big pot of gold until
Tuesday night,
until this convention started. They had a real problem. They had to switch gears. They couldn't just try to fire Barack Obama. And you saw, interestingly, that lots of people around Mitt Romney, including, as I think we'll talk about in a minute, his not yet running mate, Paul Ryan, they were all beginning to urge him to run a hire, not just a fire kind of campaign, to make a case for how he would govern if he got elected.
And you start to hear it from actually a lot of Republicans who would speak in the media and say, Mitt Romney's got to be offering something, a reason to buy into him, because
that's right.
I think people, the idea being that people make a decision just to fire their congressman or their senator, but there's something kind of more personal about the pick of a presidential candidate, and it's a kind of more gut thing. And that favorability rating has a different kind of power, personal favorability rating, for a presidential candidate than it maybe does for your,
That's absolutely right. And what we thought would happen, what they thought would happen, was that Barack Obama's numbers would plunge, and his might stay just the same, which was fine. But what happened was Barack Obama's were staying the same, and Mitt Romney's were beginning to fall. And that became the push required to change this sort of strategy.
And when he did start talking to Paul Ryan about becoming his running mate, Paul Ryan was very much in favor of we have to go out there with a plan, right?
And this may go down in history, Paul Ryan, as one of the most, kind of disciplined potential running mates who kind of turned that vetting process back on the nominee himself and said, this is kind of what I'd like from you. One of the things he was pushing for was what he called an affirmative vision. You need to tell people how you're going to govern. And we began to see it almost immediately in the last few months, not just from Paul Ryan, of course.
We've seen more detailed plans. There's, even in this speech tonight, the 5-point plan for here's how I'm going to create
Suddenly,
jobs.
at the end of Mitt Romney's speeches, he began to tack on a 5-point plan that was not there when we began covering him many months ago.
Right, and so it has forced certain specifics, and actually potentially takes away a certain argument from the Obama campaign, which is, that he wasn't offering,
and that he stands for nothing, that he just wants to say what's wrong.
Right.
Yeah, and so he is starting to outline a plan. I mean, it's not deeply detailed, but it's a plan.
And do we think he's going to be forced in the direction of both offering more plans and sort of embracing some of the Ryan plans yet more as time goes on?
I think we saw in the last 10 days or so that he offered a pretty extraordinarily detailed plan for energy harvesting, for taking federal lands, letting states more or less lease them, borrow them, and do the kind of very intrusive drilling and exploration that raises lots of controversial questions. I think you're going to see more of that along the lines of healthcare, education, maybe each week probably having a theme, and then that moving along towards the general election.
Thanks a lot,
My
Michael.
pleasure.
Before I go, a little fun from Christoph Niemann. He's been animating tweets from around the convention all week. Here's the latest.
That's all for me today. Jim Roberts will be back in a few minutes with BuzzFeed's Ben Smith to take us into the night's biggest speeches. But first, op-ed columnist Charles Blow is standing by with fellow columnist Ross Douthat. I'm Megan Lieberman. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Charles Blow. I'm here with Ross Douthat, who I never get to talk to, so this is fantastic.
This is what conventions are for. Bringing the separated parts of the New York Times family together.
I come to conventions to see Ross Douthat. All right. So, what are you expecting from Mitt Romney speaking any minute, a couple of minutes from now, a few minutes from now, maybe an hour or two from now?
Well, so far what we know about the speech that might be interesting and at least slightly unpredictable is that he's going to talk maybe more than people expected about his career at Bain Capital, which has obviously been something of a contentious issue in the campaign to date and something that the Obama campaign has spent a lot more time talking about than Romney has. They just released, I think, 8 web ads related to Bain Capital just now or a few hours ago to coincide with the speech. And then he's going to talk in some form about his Mormon faith. And in fact, as we're talking now, there are testimonials from congregation members from his church in Massachusetts, where he was a stake leader and so on, talking about Romney's leadership in that context. And again, it's an area where the Romney campaign has been wary of bringing up the subject. There are obviously opinion polls fairly consistently over the last few decades suggesting that 15 to 20% of Americans are uncomfortable with the idea of a Mormon president for various reasons. But again, I think the decision here was that, they've had a lot of trouble humanizing Mitt Romney, right? And they're trying to counteract the stereotype of him as a heartless Gordon Gekko businessman. And ultimately, there's really no way to do that without talking about his faith, because it's such a huge part of his adult life. And really, it's a counterweight to the idea that Mitt Romney doesn't believe in anything, right? Which has been, again, part of the narrative floating around.
So that part is likely to just float there and sink or swim on its own merits, because you're not likely to get a lot of pushback or attack ads from the Obama camp on his faith.
Not unless they get very desperate indeed.
I doubt that will ever happen. So that'll just be how people receive that. The other part of that, though, is the Bain part, where he will very likely get very strong pushback from the Obama camp. Right. What is the danger there, and what is the reward in the Bain push?
Well, the danger is obvious, right? That the Obama camp thinks their attacks on Bain work for them. They really think they work in states like Ohio, sort of Rust Belt states that have struggled with outsourcing, unemployment, and so on, and industrial decline, and where Bain Capital has been involved in some plant closings and so on. So by bringing it up, he is obviously giving them, in a sense, an excuse to go after him again. But I think the thinking is just, they're going after him anyway. And this, again, as with his faith, this is such an important part of his biography. And especially since his record as governor of Massachusetts isn't a big part of his campaign narrative because of the minor similarities, the modest overlap between Romney care and Obamacare. The case for Romney as a leader, the case for Romney as someone who can be trusted with the Oval Office, has to involve his business career. So I think it's, again, it's the right choice to include this.
But you and I both can imagine what's going to happen next week when they parade people across that stage.
Oh, it's going to be. You're going to have people
who have been laid off.
They've died.
Everything.
People who died of cancer are going to be on that stage.
Don't bring that. That was just sneaky. You brought that cancer thing up. That was awful.
They know.
But that's what's going to happen next week. And I think that there's a real risk there that part of the narrative will not work. Let me switch to another thing. How much do you think of this speech will be an attack on President Obama, still trying to paint him as not necessarily as a bad human being, but as a person who has failed? And how much will this be, I, Mitt Romney, am a person who can change things and you can take a chance on me?
Much more the latter than the former. I would expect there to be a sort of preamble where he sets the stage, he says, we've seen obviously some of the excerpts, but there's probably be more along these lines. Sort of, he's addressing people who voted for Obama out of a feeling of hope, optimism, and so on, who still like Obama feel disappointed with the results and are looking for sort of permission to say, I still like you, Barack Obama, but I'm not going to vote for you again. And the tone will be, I think, very different than the much sharper tone that Paul Ryan took last night. And again, it's sort of a classic. The vice presidential candidate delivers the more slashing attack. The presidential candidate is gentler, sort of I think
but not that practical joking thing, right? Not that. I mean, I always thought that practical joking thing. You know, I always laugh and I'm the jokester, and that part of the narrative never quite connected, because that's not exactly what we want or need at this point, and that part of the humanization strategy never quite seemed to be right to me, because, you know, if you are going to change directions in the middle of a crisis, you're going to change to the surest hand, not to the hand that's playing the practical joke. So that always seemed odd to me. I'm hoping that it's more, you know, I have made really strong decisions in my life, in my business career, and I can do that for the country.
You know, the projection of reassurance. I think the Romney campaign thinks that if you get to Election Day, and Mitt Romney is an acceptable alternative to Barack Obama. Not a beloved alternative, not an alternative people are really excited about, but an acceptable, fairly trusted alternative, that they will win this election. And that has informed, I think, frankly, the caution. I mean, we're not expecting like amazing policy gambits in this speech, for instance. Maybe there will be some. I'd obviously be excited if there were, but I think what we're expecting on policy is a continuation of the consistent, you know, the economy's bad, I'll turn it around message that we've heard pretty steadily.
Are you expecting a winner tonight? I mean, you have some money to put on. We're going to put some money on the table.
A winner of the election?
No, a winner. He's going to be a winner. It's going to be a great speech. People are going to come out of this. The polls are going to move.
I think the polls are going to move modestly from the convention overall. I think
they all have 3 days to move.
But I'm skeptical that they'll move that much. I think we're probably looking at a 3 to 4 point bounce, just because the polls have been so consistent throughout this cycle that there just aren't that many people sort of ready to be swayed. And I'm expecting a very competent, fairly effective, solid B+ speech from Romney tonight, because I think that's I think, you know, it's the stage of his life. He'll do a good job. He does a good job in important situations, as Ann Romney would say. But I haven't seen much from him that suggests there's an A+ speech in him. But, you know, maybe he'll surprise us.
And do you think that any of the kind of negative fact-checking problems that the other speeches have had, including Paul Ryan's, will hurt?
Oh no, I'm the wrong person to ask about this. I think that stuff is. I think the Janesville controversy that we're dealing with today is sort of pure nonsense, and I think it's actually really dumb for liberals and Democrats to spend a lot of time, you know, whining about all the supposed lies that are mostly just sort of normal political exaggerations in Ryan's speech. I think the party that spends the time complaining about how the other side is being rhetorically unfair is usually the party that loses.
Now they just told me in my ear to have to wrap up, and now you just open up the.
Now I'm opening the can of worms, so I'm getting the last word. I've just dismissed it.
This is awful. All right, so that's it for now. I have to send this back to the Skybox where Jim Roberts will take over, and Ross and I are now about to arm wrestle over this lying thing. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay, thanks there, Charles. I appreciated all the work you guys have been doing. Nice segment. I'm here with Ben Smith, yet again, BuzzFeed Ben. This is going to be the unplugged portion of the evening, although there's still a lot of plugs around, but we're going to mix it up, have some fun. The first thing I thought we would talk about was a story Ben wrote this morning about, which you might remember when Romney was preparing to announce Paul Ryan as his vice presidential running mate. He put out an app that was going to be the way everybody was going to find out about his running mate.
And the app was widely derided, like by me, among other people. It's like, what is this app that only does one thing? And it's kind of a joke, right? Like this is some sort of trick, you know, for him to get your email address or hit you up for money. But what it actually was so interesting is that any app, you can actually push through an update. Right. And that update through the App Store. That update can be a totally different app. So they use this. They use the kind of bait of find out about the VP. More than 200,000 people download this app, which is a lot. Like people don't want to download political apps. That's not what people do. That's really a lot. And it's like your core supporters, the kind of people who are interested in that, are people who really like Mitt Romney. And then today, you got a little message that you've got an update for your app. The update changed it into a totally different app. That asks you for money, that asks you for further information, and that actually, really interestingly, feeds you all the Mitt Romney content in the hopes that you'll share it on your Facebook page, on your Twitter feed, and persuade your friends and mobilize your friends.
Right. Sounds pretty smart. Little Trojan horse-esque, maybe.
It scared me a little. Because really it could have been anything. Although I think the people at Apple are pretty controlling, and actually, it seems to me the process probably took a little longer than they wanted. For that
pretty
reason.
Interesting. Great. Okay, switching gears. Obviously, tonight is Mitt's big night. We'll be hearing from him probably, I guess, in about an hour or so. We were going to do a few things through the wonderful realm of social media to listen to our audience, to hear some things that they had to say. I'm going to do two things. First off, as we did last night with Paul Ryan, Ben and I are going to seek our audience's 6 words to describe the Republican nominee. You can reply to either NYT Jim, BuzzFeed Ben. We'll read some of those responses off in a short while. But first, we're going to do a Facebook exercise, okay? This one is a little more complicated. On nytimes.com, we just put up a rather elaborate interactive graphic. Ben is going to call it up on his screen, and hopefully our crew can show it on your screens. This is an attempt to collect every single promise that Mitt Romney has made through the course of the campaign on subjects ranging from defense, law, immigration, the economy. So what we've asked our followers on Facebook is, what would you list as the things that Mitt Romney will do when he becomes president, if he becomes president? So, just Ben, before we take some of the things that the readers sent in, you had some observations on this list earlier.
Yeah, it is interesting to look through all the things that he has said. A lot of it is the stuff that every politician says. He will turn the economy around with a plan for the middle class. But in some places, it's kind of interesting, like what he said most. When you look at foreign policy, it's all about Iran. It's all about Israel. The first 3 are in the Middle East here. You kind of got to scroll around to find China.
That's really interesting. Yeah. Okay. Well, here's some of the responses. I'll read a couple. Ben, I'll hand off a couple to you.
All right. Should we do voices or
it's totally up to you. Our crack support staff went through some of the Facebook submissions. I'll start off. If Mitt Romney becomes the next president, wait a minute, that was our question.
This feels like a Passover Seder a little bit.
Okay, first one from Ryan McCracken. Do nothing more than Obama did. That's what he would do on his first day as president.
Well, Dan Carbone says he would do much better than Obama.
Okay. Sheila Owens said on his first day as president he would improve business. Okay.
And Paul Skavitsky here says he'll make the middle class poorer.
Okay.
I'm sensing something they really selected well for balance.
Okay, and then finally, Fred and Zavino said that Mitt Romney on his first day as president would rule far from the right. I guess that means far toward the right, or...
or maybe,
okay,
I don't know.
Fred, maybe you can update your response. I'm not really sure exactly what Fred was trying to say.
He can G-chat you.
All right, so like I said, 6 words. If you want to reply Ben or me, that would be great. We'd love to hear from you.
Extra points for alliteration.
Okay, so we'll get that.
Massachusetts Mormon with mixed message. Pretty good.
Oh God, that's pretty good. All right, so we'll save some of these for later on. What I wanted to do was to turn to a bunch of the headlines for the day to get to sort of get our news fix. As Ben and I have done the last couple of days with, looking through the the course of the campaign, the course of the conventions, through the realm of what people are hearing about, talking about in social media, how the headlines sort of work their way through those avenues. I had this thought, and I'll bounce it off of you. You may agree or disagree, but it struck me today that the structure of a convention these days, where basically the days are wide open, the nights are tightly scripted.
Yeah.
They're scripted obviously for whatever network coverage there is left, or network and cable coverage. But there's a lot of wide openness, during the course of the day. It sort of reminded me of the way it was Monday when everything was canceled because of the storm. And just as nature abhors a vacuum, it sort of feels like news and social media really abhor a vacuum.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's just this wide open Twitter space. People got to talk about something. They can't just not tweet. And so, and with this sort of infomercial of pre-chewed news that is going on behind us, it's just not what they're going to be tweeting about. Like, wow, this guy delivered the remarks that we knew he was going to deliver because they sent them to us 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
So every day, you're right, there's been kind of a different diversion that kind of takes over the Twitter conversation.
I know this morning I woke up and I had all of these people saying, where is the New York Times fact check on Paul Ryan's speech? We were working on it. We had it published this morning, but it was like there was a big hunger to talk about some of the things that he had said last night.
I guess that's it wasn't just a hunger, it was the Democratic Party's talking point.
Well, exactly. And in particular, that whole thing about the GM plant, that seemed to take off for the better part of the morning, right?
It really did, and it really dominated. And to me, I thought Michael's fact check was very fair and very clear, but really, a lot of these things aren't exactly facts to check.
That's true.
It's not every political speaker's job to tell the entire history of this plant. He was making it, which struck me as a pretty relevant point. I've heard a lot of political speeches, certainly including from President Obama, that takes certain liberties. And the Democratic Party's decision was to frame this as a fact check, and he lied about facts rather than to engage the policy.
That's a really interesting thing. I mean, I think that a lot of the people who jumped on this issue of, was this plant in Ryan's hometown, did it fail because of Obama, which is the point he was trying to make. But everybody just jumped on the fact that, okay, well, it was closed, or it was in the process of closing even before Obama took office. So
but it was kind of a complicated story.
It was, but it sure dominated the news cycle.
It overshadowed the speech in a certain way.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think you're right. It's because they just sort of threw this big pre-scripted speech up there and just kind of let it hang there. Right?
Yeah. I don't know whether it's possible. Does it even make sense for the parties to actually try to figure out a way
to make? What would you do?
Right. Well, okay. Here's the question.
Just have Paul Ryan live tweeting his day?
Can you make?
Actually, why not? Right.
Well, okay.
That might have kept us entertained.
He's young. He's fit. Right. He can do it all the time. No, but can you really make as a party? Can you conform your message to the 24-hour? No, forget it. The 24-second. To quote one of my colleagues, news cycle.
I mean, I don't think you can do that with an event like this that is entirely built for network television, which no longer covers it.
I know, it really is.
It's only an hour a night.
Well, okay, so turning to that, any other things that kind of caught your eye as the day went on?
I mean, I think, I do think there were these Twitter storms of anything like attacking the media is the other. I mean, I think there was this by the end of the day, conservatives were like the idea of facts and fact-checking was a liberal conspiracy.
Right, I thought that was pretty interesting.
Which maybe it sort of is, actually.
Yeah, well...
I don't totally disagree with that. But, or at least that, I do think this fight that really coalesced today was about, what is a fact, what's policy. If whoever says the thing is fact is the one who's winning the argument in a certain way.
And I do think that was interesting because at the same time, there was actually a fair amount of, I think, satisfaction, certainly within the party, and I think more broadly for what Paul Ryan had done last night. I mean, I read a lot of the quotes and a lot of the publications. Ours. I think there was a sense. One of the quotes I remember. I can't remember where I read it precisely, but that Ryan really cemented his status as as an up-and-coming leader of the Republican Party. So
yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the other thing that I kind of heard a lot today, saw on Twitter, ran into Republican operatives who said to me is like, we got to watch Mitt Romney now tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, I think one of the oddities of this convention is nobody's talking about Mitt Romney really. They aren't. I mean, like right now, they've crammed it all into this evening. There were some very moving stories just now about people who personally helped by Mitt Romney. The big speakers have not even really made an effort to talk about Mitt Romney.
I know, it's really interesting, and it was weird today. There was this little thing, again, yet another small headline that does seem to just consume some airtime when Chris Christie had I can't remember whether it was a breakfast or a dinner last night in which, yet again, he felt the need to defend his own keynote speech.
I think this was our story.
It was your story, right?
He went to dinner with this hedge fund guy, Paul Singer, and was kind of ranting about how the media idiots hadn't understood him and how he really, but clearly a sense that his speech had been kind of gone awry and been misinterpreted by the chattering class very swiftly, and that he was really frustrated by that.
There was another point during the day, too, when the juxtaposition just interested me. Two of the biggest sort of, big money mega donors for the party and the nominee, in Sheldon Adelson, that his daughter got into a scuffle with a photographer. That consumed a great deal of attention for a short period of time. Foster Friess, another big heavy-duty donor,
complaining about it.
He just says, forget it, I'm done, I'm not having no fun, I want to get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting, you guys must find this too. I think we've done some great big stories. It's very hard to break through the news cycle with that sort of thing, and the sort of stuff that's penetrating is like one idea, one tweet. And we had this actually great piece of political fiction that everybody should go read, but nobody really read it, unfortunately.
I did,
but Rosie Gray's observation that the words Tea Party had not been mentioned in primetime the entire convention went everywhere, because that was something that you could contain in the tweet, and that seems to be about the level of people's attention span.
I was a little surprised today. I did not see a great deal of attention. Maybe again our attention spans are so short. Given the fact that Romney's faith, his Mormonism are going to be so central to the proceedings. They already have been to a degree, and they will be as part of his speech. That seems like yesterday's story. I didn't hear a lot about that today.
I guess we're sort of running out of ways to repeat the word humanize.
Yeah.
Just do it already, right?
Yeah.
Which they've been doing.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So let's get back to the question of the day. So we had... we
got a ton of reaction to this, like dozens and dozens here.
Okay, really? Okay, that's great. So remember, this was...
Mostly really negative.
Yeah.
Chucklehead.
Okay, just to remind everybody, we had asked on our Twitter accounts for people to send us the 6 words that best describe Mitt Romney.
Yeah.
And Ben is going to do it the electronic way. I've got the analog way. But why don't you start showing, and hopefully we can show some of these on the screen.
Some clown named Michael Roston. I don't know if you know him.
I think he works for me.
Yeah, he tweeted his 6 words were unlikely to meet NYT editorial board.
No, not true.
See if we can keep the obscene ones off the screen. But actually, a lot of liar, pants on 5, and I think there's a lot of shots of this kind of fact-checking meme today. There was one that included the word patriotic in here somewhere. Bruce Wayne without the Batman. A lot of people, I think actually, I think my sense is that on Twitter, the side who kind of is a little nervous and feels they're losing is the one who really wakes up and gets vitriolic, and that's certainly what's happening here.
All right, well, I'll read one. Actually, I'm going to remember one because it was on my phone earlier. It was, let me make sure these are 6 words. Future President of the United States. Okay, that's pretty good. That was good. Here's another one from M.H. Rudolph. Ambitious, but not up to the job. Okay, here's an interesting one. Smart, hardworking leader, successful, great hair by John Troen. Actually, you could say that maybe about the entire ticket there. Hardworking, leader, successful, but great hair.
Probably not the Democratic ticket.
I was saying this one.
The great hair thing might disqualify. We got the least objectionable choice among non-options from Jonathan Keith here.
Okay.
That actually does seem like a kind of standard Republican view.
All right, here's one, very succinct. I will not vote for him. I'm going to just dump this one. I don't know. This is really tough. It's a tough crowd, Ben.
I know. Stuffed suit, I don't trust him.
Okay, true politician disguised as a businessman.
Here we go. Caring, sharing. Wow, it's like kindergarten. Honest, brilliant, patriotic American.
Okay, that's
Got
good.
a few fans on here, but I think if we actually last night when we tweeted, "What do you think of Paul Ryan?" A lot of people who love Paul Ryan put in a lot of really positive adjectives.
Yeah.
Nobody loves Mitt Romney,
Yeah.
People like him fine, but not enough to write 6 words into Twitter. That's a lot to ask.
I think that may if they
Question
wanted
is will they show up to vote for him? They can't be bothered to write.
If they want to write anything, it's going to be really aggressive.
Yeah.
But I think we'll end this segment on a positive note. It is his night. Okay. Leader, visionary, courageous, solid Mitt Romney. So we'll leave you with those 6 words. I'm going to actually close out this segment with a question for you.
All right.
Okay. When we started talking about working with you guys at BuzzFeed, I remember you were thinking very thoughtfully just about the role that social media, was playing in the campaign, would play as sort of the pipes through which people would be communicating through the convention. Okay, we still have Charlotte to get to, but what do you think? Do you feel as strongly as you did when we first started talking a few months ago?
Oh yeah, I do think that for the presidential campaign, Twitter has become so the central channel. For people like us who are editing and writing stuff, for folks out there on the floor who, if you look around, are checking their phones while they listen to sometimes very dull speeches to see what they ought to be thinking and whose perceptions are getting formed. I do think it's all of the insiders and sort of semi-insiders' perceptions are being formed in this Twitter conversation. I do think this election has not kind of broken through to the broader American public as much as I expected it to. Certainly not as much as I waited. It's not a big American story yet. It's a political story, and so.
Well, I'm not the first person who said it. Obama was very fresh, and of course, when we heard exactly 4 years ago about Sarah Palin, it really energized people in a way that
it interested people.
It was a great story, and it really did move people in a way that I'm not sure we've truly seen. But I do know as time goes on, obviously more people will be engaged. We'll see it.
And they'll hopefully come follow us on Twitter.
Okay, let's do that. Okay, so before I thank Ben, we're going to flip it over to Lieutenant Governor Carrie Healy. But again, thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you.
It's been really fun.
Okay, and thank you guys.
His first act was to focus public attention on those in need. We served breakfast to homeless veterans, encouraging volunteerism and acknowledging the special debt we owe to those who sacrifice for our country. You may not know this, but Mitt Romney never took a salary as governor. But he worked harder than anyone I know. Every morning, very early before the rest of us arrived, Mitt would meet with his economics secretary. They worked tirelessly because for Mitt, creating jobs was his top priority. Mitt was always a hands-on leader. When one of Boston's tunnels collapsed, tragically killing a passenger in her car, Mitt didn't blame others. He dove in and fixed the problem. Mitt immersed himself in the engineering challenges, personally oversaw safety inspections, abolished cronyism and corruption, and restored public confidence. That's the Mitt Romney I know, and he is ready to bring that same work ethic, vision, and integrity to the White House. Mitt Romney will never let our children's education be second best or allow their future prosperity to be mortgaged by today's political cowardice. He will respect those who build things with their own minds and their own hands. And Mitt Romney won't just talk about family values, he will live them every day. And I'll tell you another thing. Mitt Romney understands that the world is safer when our country leads, and he will never apologize for America. Mitt Romney will lead us back to an America we can be proud of, and ahead to a future where the American dream is alive again and within every man and woman's reach. Thank you, Mitt Romney, for believing in America, and America, you can believe in Mitt Romney. Thank you.
Dreams are essentially all of your aspirations and hopes, the things you are trying to work towards and someday hope to achieve.
In 2004, Governor Romney helped ensure more students received a higher education by establishing the John and Abigail Adams Scholarship Program.
It's a lot of pressure to be able to find a school that you can afford and get the education that you'd like. The reason I ended up at Massachusetts Lowell was the scholarship.
The program rewards the highest performing Massachusetts high school graduates with a 4-year tuition-free scholarship to state universities and colleges.
The award allowed me my undergraduate degree in exercise physiology.
Nicole Marie Gordon is one of the grateful recipients.
I got my master's, and now I'm working as a research associate. I like to think that through research, I'm at least educating individuals on how to move forward in the future so that patients get the best quality of care. It's always satisfying when I can see that other people are learning from what I've done. I think helping people figure out what their dream is and start moving towards it is one of the most rewarding experiences you can have as an individual. I would someday like to have a family of my own and bring my kids up in a way that they understand true values. I really hope that my children have the same opportunity to go to college and to be able to choose the college that offers what they want to pursue for a career. Thank you, Mitt Romney. I really appreciate you making my dreams a reality.
Please welcome the former Massachusetts Secretary of Workforce, Jane Edmonds.
Thank you for the warm welcome. I am honored to be here with you tonight to share my feelings about Mitt Romney. By way of background, my politics is as a liberal Democrat. My passion is about education, workforce training, and leadership. When I first met Governor Romney, I was struck by his humanity, his grace, his kind manner. It was just the two of us in his office when I met him. As a finalist for a cabinet position in his administration, I could tell immediately, just by our interaction, that he is the real thing, authentic. He struck me then and now as honest, transparent, and inclusive. I somehow knew during that meeting that he is demanding of himself, and he'd be demanding of anyone who is part of his administration. I wanted to be around him, and in that kind of environment where my energy, skills, and talent could be channeled along with others toward the public good. I could tell by our conversation that the governor was in office not for himself or to promote himself, but for the people. My initial size up of the man held true. During the 4 years I served in his cabinet, I saw him up close and personal many times. And he always drove us in his administration to make government better for the people. One area where he made a positive difference is in improving the representation of women in senior positions in Massachusetts state government. Before Governor Romney took office in 2003, women were significantly underrepresented among top roles in government, with 52% of the population, but just 30% of the jobs. Over the next 2.5 years, 42% of the new appointments made by Governor Romney were women. In fact, based on a survey by the State University of New York, Massachusetts was ranked first in percentage of women holding top state positions. This led the Boston Globe to note women fill 10 of 20 top positions in Governor Mitt Romney's administration, making the Commonwealth one of 5 states that come close to matching the percentage of top women appointees to the proportion of women in the overall population. This achievement happened because Mitt Romney cared about the issue. He took action to fix it, and he delivered results. He is unquestionably an amazing steward and leader, a servant leader, and someone whom I respect very much. That's the kind of leadership that has always inspired me, unselfish leadership. The late Stephen Covey writes about 2 kinds of people. One type is all about themselves and their success, and the other type works as hard as they can and certainly succeeds, but their success is motivated by doing good for others. That's how I see Governor Romney. He is authentic. He is open to good ideas wherever they come from. It doesn't matter if they're from a liberal Democrat like me. He'll listen, and he's inclusive. As a great leader, he brought out the best in me. And I know, as president, he will bring out the best in our country.
Ladies and gentlemen, singing Taking It to the Streets, please welcome Taylor Hicks.
How we doing? Let's get up, everybody! Well, you don't know me, but I'm your brother. I was raised here in this living hell. You don't know
and gentlemen, please welcome three-time gold medal Olympian and the first American to ever win 5 medals in an individual event in 5 consecutive Olympic Games, Team USA's Kim Rhode.
Thank you. I have had the good fortune, the amazing blessing to represent this great country as a proud member of Team USA at the last 5 Olympic Games in double strap skeet shooting competitions. I won my first gold medal in Atlanta in the summer of 1996, and I just returned from the Olympics in London a few weeks ago with another gold medal. This was one of a record-setting 104 medals won by Team USA, including 58 by women, which is the most ever. I think it's safe to say we showed the world that women of America are a force to be reckoned with. I am honored to share the stage tonight with a handful of Olympic champions. Allow me to introduce them to you. Dan Jansen, an American favorite throughout 4 Olympiads and gold medalist. Andy Gable, a 4-time short track speed skating Olympian and a silver medal winner. Rowdy Gaines, an Olympic Hall of Famer and 3-time Olympic gold medal winner. Leanne Parsley, a silver medalist in the women's skeleton in 2002. Noelle Pikus-Pace, the 2007 skeleton world champion and 2010 Olympian. Bill Schiffenauer, a 3-time Olympic and Olympic bobsled silver medalist in 2002. Jimmy Shea, the only 3rd-generation Olympian winning the gold medal in skeleton in 2002. Jean Rasain Pram, a 2-time World Cup champion bobsledder and 2-time Olympian. Scott Hamilton, an American icon, 1984 gold medalist, known for his backflip. Christopher Delvin Young, an American Paralympic alpine skier who won 2 gold medals and 2 silver medals. Derek Parra, a gold and silver medalist speed skater in 2002. Mike Iruzzoni, captain of the 1980 Winter Olympic U.S. hockey team that defeated the Soviet Union in the famous Miracle on Ice. Into the Olympic Games in Atlanta as a wide-eyed 16-year-old to the moment a few weeks ago when I heard our national anthem played in London as a seasoned veteran. I've seen our country both prosper and more recently falter. Not unlike my athletic career, there were many times when things were going very well and times when they were not. It was in those times when things were difficult that I learned to rely on strong leadership to get me, as they would say in my world, back on target. The strong leadership of a more experienced teammate, of my coaches, and of course, most importantly, the strong leadership of my mom and dad. I came here tonight because I believe that today our country is off target. We need the leadership of Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan to turn our country around, so that millions of Americans who have taken aim at their own dreams, whatever they may be, have the opportunity for those dreams to come true, just like our Olympic dreams did. We need strong leadership, we need new leadership, and we need it now. We are here on stage because we know Americans need the leadership of Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan. Thank you all so much and good night.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Mike Eruzione. And I am honored to have this opportunity tonight to talk with you about the global significance of the Olympic movement, its ideals, and its meaning, and how it was rescued by Mitt Romney. It has been over 10 years, so many of you may have forgotten. But in 2002, due to bribery scandals and mismanagement, the Olympics, not just those games, but the Olympics as an institution, were threatened. Thankfully, Mitt Romney was there to salvage a desperate situation. Mitt's leadership not only turned around those games by solving the operational and financial problems, but he did something deeper. He drew a line in the sand and said that the 2002 games would have the highest standards of ethics and integrity. He put Olympians, the athletes, and the ideals of the Olympics back at the center of the games. He focused on restoring the Olympics to the top pedestal of sports, and he preserved the opportunity and idealism of the Olympics for future generations. I was fortunate to compete in the Olympics as captain of the 1980 U.S. Miracle on Ice hockey team. Thank you. And that team was proud and honored to light the cauldron for the 2002 Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City. That action of passing along the flame of the Olympic spirit symbolizes something grander than all of us. It is the single greatest movement that brings all humans across the world together. I'm fortunate that Mitt Romney kept that fire burning. As a result of the 2002 Olympics, I had the opportunity to get to know Mitt and Ann Romney and to see what they have accomplished. Mitt is a brilliant leader who was committed to the highest ideals, and he's a wonderful and caring family man. Just like the Olympics needed Mitt's leadership 10 years ago, America desperately needs Mitt Romney's leadership today. Please join me in making him the next President of the United States. Thank you.
I'm Derek Parra. I'm a 5'4" Mexican-American from Southern California. Now, those are just 3 reasons it didn't add up for me to have ever become Winter Olympic champion. But somehow, from inside a roller rink as a teenager, a dream grew within my heart that someday, maybe, I could represent my country at the Olympic Games. And I chased that dream for over 20 years. And eventually, it led me to Salt Lake City. With great effort and the help of some amazing people along the way, I have become one of the top speed skaters in the world, and the finish line was in sight. But as the Olympics appeared on the horizon, that dream was almost derailed. The Olympics were mired in scandal and budget deficit, and even worse, the national tragedy of September 11th that shook our entire nation to its very core. It was a time of uncertainty, but in my Olympic world, Mitt Romney was at the helm. His vision and commitment got the Games back on track and gave me the opportunity to realize my athletic dream. Not only did Mitt facilitate my dream in 2002, he facilitated the dreams of all athletes from around the world. At that time, I had only met Mitt briefly, but after the Olympics, I got to know him, and for a period of time, I lived with him and his family. I know Mitt, and I know him well. I know him as a businessman and as a leader. I know him as a father and as a very, very busy grandfather. And I'm proud to say that I know him as a friend. Now, you might think my greatest Olympic moment came when I stood on the podium for the first time with a gold medal wrapped around my neck. But you'd be wrong. In fact, my most powerful Olympic memory came before the Olympics even started. It's a story I've heard Mitt reference a number of times on the campaign trail, so I'd like to share with you firsthand what it was like for me. February 8th, 2002 was a cold but clear night in Salt Lake City. It was the night of the opening ceremonies. I was competing the very next morning, so I was planning not to attend. But that all changed the second I got the call from the U.S. Olympic Committee, just hours before the ceremony, asking me if I would be able to be one of the 8 athletes selected to carry the World Trade Center flag into the opening ceremonies. I was floored. Instantly, I knew it was something I had to do, something I wanted to do. It was an honor beyond anything I could have ever imagined. And while it's now just over 10 years later, at that time, our country was still reeling from the wounds, the trauma, and the pain of September 11th. As the opening ceremonies got underway, the other flag-bearing athletes and I gathered backstage. We were standing with the Port Authority officers, whose job it was to oversee the flag. They began telling us how proud they were of us, that the families of the victims were proud of us, that all the people who lost their lives were proud of us. When it came time to begin the procession, I touched the flag for the first time. And I remember a physical sensation unlike anything I'd ever experienced. If it's possible to feel your soul being touched, then that's what I felt. As we carried the flag out before a capacity crowd and a worldwide television audience, the silence was deafening. That flag, which had flown over so much pain and loss, still stood for life, love, and the hope of a nation. There are few times in any life when the emotion of a moment is all that exists. That night, time stood still. As our national anthem rang out like never before, I stood there, holding that flag, the symbol of everything our country had ever been through, with tears streaming down my face. That moment came under the leadership of Mitt Romney. And it not only inspired me, but it inspired all of Team USA. We went on to win a record number of medals. Today, our country is struggling, but the right leaders can inspire us to push on, overcome seemingly insurmountable challenges, and to accomplish great things. Mitt Romney is that kind of leader. Thank you, and God bless.
Please welcome B.B. Winans and the chorus from Tampa Bay City Life Church.
I was born in America, America, where people dare to dream, willing to fight for America, America, land of the free. Arise from the ashes, America, America, land that I love. Pray that God bless America and keep America safe from above. Yes, America, yeah, America, America, America. Purple mountain, shining seas, America, America, that's you and me. Red, white, and blue, America, America, Lady Liberty. That's right, America. It's your America, and it's my America. Our America. America. And I'm proud to be called an American. America, we will achieve, 'cause all things are possible. America, America, I do believe. And if you believe, sing along, sing America, my country, tears of the sweet land of liberty. From the south of Dixie to the great town of New York City. Oh, but it's you, united we stand. America, America, land of the free. side. Well, twiddly dee, twiddly do. Look out, baby, 'cause here I come.
I'm a guy who believes in the vision of the Founding Fathers. I believe this is the land of opportunity. I believe that if we restore the principle of opportunity and hope and give everyone a fair chance, you're going to see this country come roaring back.
You can never predict what kind of tough decisions are going to come in front of a president's desk. And if you really want to know how a person will operate, look at how they've lived their life.
They were asking me about what's going on with, with what happened with the scandal and what my opinion is of if we can pull this thing off. And I said, yeah, it's gonna be just fine. And they said, how do you know? And I said, because I just met Mitt Romney.
People were afraid. People were thinking that something terrible could happen. After 9/11, the way we looked at these events changed drastically. More so than any Olympic Games, the world was really watching this one. How was the United States going to respond? Could they put on an Olympic Games?
It was worse than I'd expected. I thought the Salt Lake turnaround was just a public relations turnaround. Instead, it turned out to be a financial turnaround and a governmental turnaround.
He was not a figurehead. He was not only running this show, but he was out there speaking to the people and showing them through his words, through his actions, what the Olympics could mean to the United States.
When I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, both of us just dissolved in tears.
Probably the toughest time in my life was standing there with Ann as we hugged each other and the diagnosis came.
I was very, very ill. I don't know if people knew how sick I was. I was frightened, Mitt was frightened, but I needed him desperately.
Look, I'm happy in life as long as I've got my soulmate with me.
Mitt decided that he was going to honor heroes throughout the country and that the torch relay was going to be all about heroes. And Mitt chose me as his hero. My life was in jeopardy. And I was like as vulnerable as a person could be. And I trust Mitt. I trust him with my life.
She's gorgeous, absolutely beautiful. I can't explain love. I don't know why it happens. I don't know why it endures the way it does. At the very beginning, I sat with her, chatted with her, put my arm around her, and, something changed.
My 16th birthday party was when Mitt and I really became sort of an item. Mitt helped plan it, and it was just sort of the beginning of our romance. 1968, he flew into the Detroit airport right before Christmas. Of course, his mother's got her arms open, and he runs right by her and grabs me.
On the car ride home from the airport, I turned to Ann and said, I feel like I've never been away. And she said, I feel the same way.
So by the time we got home, we get out of the car and we tell everybody, well, we're getting married next week. We compromised and waited until March 21st.
You sweet baby.
Sweet baby. I could do okay when I hit the 2.
My brother and I, Matt, fought a lot.
3, not bad. 4, it got to be a little much.
Hello, Ben! Oh my gosh. Very rambunctious.
I now want to put the water on the mud. Oh, here I am.
with the fifth one, and Craig was my most active child. He was a handful.
Craigie, hi. Oh, Craig, don't squirt me.
I remember my mom was always begging for us to be quiet. Just please, can I have quiet in this house?
We could bend a lot of rules and get into a lot of trouble. We could never, ever say anything bad about my mom.
I traveled a good deal in my early career. I would call Ann and I could hear the boys in the background and she might be a little exasperated. And I said, Ann, don't forget, what you're doing is more important than what I'm doing.
I hate to say it, but often I had more than 5 sons. I had 6 sons.
How you doing, Knuckle Snorts?
He was really playful.
You know, it's like, you know.
Mitt would walk in the door after work, leave the briefcase at the door. That was it. Never thought about work again until he left in the morning.
We just felt like we were the most important thing in his life.
I went to Mom if I ever needed money, because you never went to Dad. He was way too cheap.
My dad didn't have the right bulb, so he replaced it just with whatever bulb he had. The problem is it sticks out way too far and blinds you as you cook. So he just solved that with some tin foil and duct tape.
I've been poor. I've worked from the time I was 12. I know what poverty is, and I've been up through it.
For Mitt, I think he idealized his father. He really was his hero.
In the summer, my dad used to pack up our family and take us to the great national parks. It was during those trips that I fell in love with America. Dad was born in Mexico. His parents and grandparents had moved to Mexico. They were refugees from a revolution. I remember Ann asking my dad, what was the most meaningful accomplishment of your life? And without hesitation, he said, the greatest accomplishment of my life is having raised you 4 kids. Like me, he fell in love young. Family from my mom and dad was everything. My dad worked for his dad. He was a drywall guy. Back then, they called it lath and plaster. He could put nails in his mouth and spit them out pointy end forward. I grew up watching my dad lead.
Look, I'm in public life today because I'm concerned about America. I'm concerned about what's happening to America.
If he felt some way about a particular issue, there was no question in your mind about how he felt. Friends called him the brick because he was immovable. He let me tag along in some very unusual settings.
What's the best car on the road?
Rattler. I didn't realize he was giving me an experience that was more helpful from a leadership standpoint than anything I learned in school.
Staples, I think, is a good example of where Bain & Company can support the management of an excellent company.
What was special about Mitt is he understood what was behind the numbers. What's behind the numbers was great people.
Mitt Romney valued every employee. He made it a point to let us know that every employee was critical to the success of Staples.
Why would anybody want to save on envelopes and file folders? Mitt is a cheap son of a gun. And if he could save 50 cents on paper clips, he'd drive a mile to do it.
Mitt knows how to grow jobs, bring jobs back to this country. And if you ask me why, because I've seen him do it firsthand.
He was dealing with the fundamental problems that companies confront. He was dealing with them in a way that allowed them to grow, to add jobs, to build factories.
Wicked smart.
When I became governor of Massachusetts, I took the skills I'd learned in business and went to look at our state budget. We were about $3 billion out of balance.
I'll never forget the first cabinet meeting. The governor asked one of his assistants to bring out a list of campaign promises. Now, there were something like 44 campaign promises. The governor said, by the end of this administration, we're going to go right down this checklist and keep each and every promise that was made. And I said, he's different.
I actually cut spending dollars in Massachusetts, and we balanced our budget and went from a $3 billion budget gap in my first year to over $2 billion rainy day fund.
When he came into office, we were in fiscal crisis. When we came out, we were on much more solid footing.
His whole life has brought him to this point of being able to have the skills and the experience to be able to tackle something as difficult as this, as turning this country around.
Mitt Romney is in this race, I believe, not just for himself. He's in it to improve the lives of the American people.
He's an extraordinary chief executive officer. I know he understands the economy.
He's uniquely qualified to get our economy moving again.
Takes control.
There's
not a stuffed shirt guy.
Charismatic.
He is rock solid.
An authentic leader.
His values are so strong.
He's a man of faith. Extraordinary character.
Cares about the lives of those with voices that are unheard.
An amazing, humble man.
I think he has a great deal of pride and love for this country.
Finds a way of turning adversity into opportunity.
He knows he's one of the only guys that can do what it's going to take to turn this country around.
I will devote every waking hour of my energy to getting America strong again. That's what an American president has to do.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Save a little for Mitt. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, what's a movie tradesman doing out here? You know, they're all left-wingers out there, left of Lenin. At least that's what people think, but that's not really the case. There's a lot of conservative people, a lot of moderate people, Republicans, Democrats in Hollywood. It's just that conservative people, by the nature of the word itself, play a little more close to the vest, and they don't go around hot dogging it. So... But they're there. Believe me, they're there. And I just, I think that, in fact, there's some of them around town. I saw John Voight. There's a lot of people around here in town. John's here, Academy Award winner, terrific guy. And these people are all like-minded, like all of us. So I've got Mr. Obama sitting here. And he's, I just was going to ask him a couple questions. But, you know, about, I remember 3.5 years ago when Mr. Obama won the election. And though I wasn't a big supporter, I was watching that night when he was having that thing. And they were talking about hope and change. And they were talking about, yes, we can. And it was dark and it was outdoors and it was nice. And people were lighting candles and they were saying, you know, and I just thought, this is great. I mean, everybody's crying. Oprah was crying. And I was even crying. And then finally, I haven't cried that hard since I found out that there's 23 million unemployed people in this country. And now that is something to cry for, because that is a disgrace, a national disgrace, and we haven't done enough, obviously. This administration hasn't done enough to cure that. And whatever interest they have is not strong enough. And I think possibly now it may be time for somebody else to come along and solve the problem. So, Mr. President, how do you handle promises that you made when you were running for election, and how do you handle it? I mean, what do you say to people? Do you just I know people were wondering. You don't have it. Okay. Well, I know even some of the people in your own party were very disappointed when you didn't close Gitmo. And I thought, I think closing Gitmo, why close that? We spent so much money on it. But I thought maybe it's an excuse. What do you mean, shut up? Okay. I thought it was just because somebody had a stupid idea of trying terrorists in downtown New York City. Maybe that was it. I've got to hand it to you. I've got to give credit where credit's due. You did overrule that finally, and that's so. Now we're moving onward, and I know I know you were against the war in Iraq, and that's okay. But you thought the war in Afghanistan was okay. You thought that was something that was worth doing. We didn't check with the Russians to see how they did there for the 10 years, but we did it, and it was it's something to be thought about, and I think that when we get to I think you mentioned something about having a target date for bringing everybody home, and you give that target date, and I think Mr. Romney asked the only sensible question, and he says, "Why are you giving the date out now? Why don't you just bring them home tomorrow morning?" And I thought, yeah, I'm not going to shut up. It's my turn. So anyway, we're going to have to have a little chat about that. And then I just wondered all these promises, and then I wondered about when what do you want me to tell Romney? I can't tell him to do that. Can't do that to himself. You're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. You're getting as bad as Biden. Of course, we all know Biden is the intellect of the Democratic Party. So just a kind of a grin with a body behind it, It's just kind of a thing. But I just think that there's so much to be done, and I think that Mr. Romney and Mr. Ryan are two guys that can come along. I never thought that it was a good idea for attorneys to be president anyway, because it's I think attorneys are so busy. They're always taught to argue everything and always weigh everything and weigh both sides, and they're always devil's advocating this and bifurcating this and bifurcating that. All that stuff. But I think it's maybe time. What do you think for maybe a businessman? How about that? A stellar businessman, quote unquote, a stellar businessman. And I think it's that time. And I think if you just kind of stepped aside and Mr. Romney can kind of take over, you could still use the plane. though maybe a smaller one, not that big gas guzzler that you're driving around when you're going around to colleges and talking about student loans and stuff like that. I think you're an ecological man. Why would you want to drive that truck around? Okay. Well, anyway. All right. I'm sorry. I can't do that to myself either. So, anyway. I'll see. But I'd just like to say something, ladies and gentlemen. Something that I think is very important is that we own this country. And it's not you owning it and not politicians owning it. Politicians are employees of ours. And so they're just going to come around and beg for votes every few years, and it's the same old deal. But I just think that it's important that you realize that, and that you're the best in the world. And whether you're Democrat or whether you're a Republican or whether you're libertarian or whatever, you're the best. And we should not ever forget that. And when somebody does not do the job, we got to let them go. Okay, just remember that. And I'm speaking out for everybody out there. It doesn't hurt. We don't have to be... I don't say that word anymore. Well, maybe one last time. We don't have to be, what I'm saying is we don't have to be mental masochists and vote for somebody that we don't even really want in office. Just because they seem to be nice guys, or maybe not so nice guys if you look at some of the recent ads going out there, I don't know. But, okay, you want to make my day. All right, I'll start it, you finish it. Go ahead. All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome from the great state of Florida, Senator Marco Rubio.
I think I just drank Clint Eastwood's water. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here today, and thank you so much for doing this convention here in Florida. You know, before I begin, thank you. Before I begin, this is such an important night for our country. I want to take just, with your permission, just a few seconds to talk about another country. A country located just a few hundred miles away from this city, the country of my parents' birth. There's no freedom or liberty in Cuba, and tonight I ask for your prayers that soon freedom and liberty will be theirs as well. You know, this is a big honor for me. Not so long ago, I was just a deep underdog candidate. The only people that thought I could win all lived in my house. 4 of them were under the age of 10. But this is incredible when I was asked to introduce Governor Romney, who we'll hear from in just a moment. I promise you he's backstage ready to go. And so I called a few people and I asked them, what should I say? And they had a lot of different opinions, but the one thing they all said is, don't mess it up. So I thought the best way to introduce Mitt Romney tonight, the next president of the United States, is to talk about what this election is about. And I'm so honored to be able to do it here in Florida at the Republican National Convention in front of all you patriots. I watched my first convention in 1980 with my grandfather. My grandfather was born to a farming family in rural Cuba. Childhood polio left him permanently disabled. Because he couldn't work the farm, his family sent him to school. He was the only one in his family that knew how to read. He was a huge influence on me growing up. As a boy, I used to sit on the porch of our house and listen to his stories about history and politics and baseball as he would puff on one of his 3 daily Padron cigars. Now, I don't remember. It's been 3 decades since we last sat on that porch. And I don't remember all the things he talked to me about. But the one thing I remember is the one thing he wanted me never to forget. That the dreams he had when he was young became impossible to achieve. But there was no limit how far I could go because I was an American. Now, for those of us, here's why I say that. Here's why I say that. Because for those of us who are born and raised in this country, sometimes it becomes easy to forget how special America is. But my grandfather understood how different America was from the rest of the world because he knew life outside America. Tonight, you will hear from another man who understands what makes America exceptional. Mitt Romney knows America's prosperity didn't happen because our government simply spent more money. It happened because our people use their own money to open a business. And when they succeed, they hire more people who invest or spend their money in the economy, helping others start a business or create jobs. Now, tonight, we've heard for a long time now about Mitt Romney's success in business. It's well known. But we've also learned that he's so much more than that. Mitt Romney's a devoted husband, a father, a grandfather, a generous member of his community and church, a role model for younger Americans like myself. Everywhere he's been, he's volunteered his time and talent to make things better for those around him. And we are blessed that a man like this will soon be the president of these United States. Now, let me be clear so no one misunderstands. Our problem with President Obama isn't that he's a bad person. Okay? By all accounts, he too is a good husband and a good father, and thanks to lots of practice, a good golfer. Our problem is not that he's a bad person. Our problem is that he's a bad president. You think he's watching tonight? Because his new slogan for his campaign is the word forward. Forward. A government that spends $1 trillion more than it takes in? An $800 billion stimulus that created more debt than jobs? A government intervention into health care paid for with higher taxes and cuts to Medicare? Scores of new rules and regulations. These ideas don't move us forward. These ideas move us backwards. These are tired and old big government ideas that have failed every time and everywhere they've been tried. These are ideas that people come to America to get away from. These are ideas that threaten to make America more like the rest of the world instead of helping the rest of the world become more like America. As for his old slogan, under Barack Obama, the only change is that hope is hard to find. Now, sadly, millions of Americans are insecure about their future. But instead of inspiring us by reminding us of what makes us special, he divides us against each other. He tells Americans that they're worse off because others are better off, that rich people got rich by making other people poor. Hope and change has become divide and conquer. But in the end, this election doesn't matter how you feel about President Obama, because this election is about your future, not about his. And this election is not simply a choice between a Democrat and a Republican. It's a choice about what kind of country we want America to be. And as we prepare to make this choice, we should remember what made us special. You see, for most of human history, almost everybody was poor. Power and wealth only belonged to a few. Your rights were whatever your rulers allowed you to have. Your future was determined by your past. If your parents were poor, so would you be. If you were born without opportunities, so are your children. But America was founded on the principle that every person has God-given rights. Founded on the belief that power belongs to the people, that government exists to protect our rights and serve our interests, and that no one should be trapped in the circumstances of their birth. We should be free to go as far as our talents and our work can take us. And we're special. We're special because we're united not as a common race or a common ethnicity. We're bound together by common values. That family is the most important institution in society. And that Almighty God is the source of all we have. We're special. We're special because we've never made the mistake of believing that we are so smart that we can rely solely on our leaders or on our government. Our national motto, "In God We Trust," reminding us that faith in our Creator is the most important American value of them all. And we're special. We're special because we've always understood the scriptural admonition that for everyone to whom much is given, from him much will be required. Well, my fellow Americans, we are a uniquely blessed people, and we have honored those blessings with the enduring example of an exceptional America. I know for many of you watching at home tonight, the last few years have tested your faith in the promise of America. Maybe you're at an age when you thought you would be entering retirement. But now, because your savings and investments are wiped out, your future is uncertain. Maybe after years of hard work, this was the time you expected to be your prime earning years. But instead, you've been laid off and your house is worth less than your mortgage. Maybe you did everything you were told you needed to do to get ahead. You studied hard and finished school, but now you owe thousands of dollars in student loans. You can't find a job in your field, and you've had to move back in with your parents. You want to believe that we're still that special place where anything is possible. But things just don't seem to be getting any better. And you wonder if things will ever be the same again. Yes, we live in a troubled time, but the story of those who came before us reminds us that America has always been about new beginnings. And Mitt Romney is running for president because he knows that if we are willing to do for our children what our parents did for us, life in America can be better than it has ever been. My mother was one of 7 girls whose parents often went to bed hungry so their children wouldn't. My father lost his mother when he was 9. He had to leave school and go to work, and he would work for the next 70 years of his life. They immigrated to America with little more than the hope of a better life. My dad was a bartender. My mom was a cashier, a hotel maid, a stock clerk at Kmart. They never made it big. They were never rich. And yet they were successful. Because just a few decades removed from hopelessness, they made possible for us all the things that had been impossible for them. Many nights growing up, I would hear my father's keys jingling at the door as he came home after another 16-hour day. Many mornings I woke up just as my mother got home from the overnight shift at Kmart. When you're young and you're in a hurry, the meaning of moments like this escape you. But now, as my children get older, I understand it better. My dad used to tell us, en este país, ustedes van a poder lograr todas las cosas que nosotros no pudimos. In this country, you're going to be able to accomplish all the things we never could. A few years ago, during a speech, I noticed a bartender behind a portable bar in the back of the ballroom. I remembered my father, who worked for many years as a banquet bartender. He was grateful for the work he had, but that's not the life he wanted for us. You see, he stood behind a bar in the back of the room all those years, so one day I could stand behind a podium in the front of a room. That journey from behind that bar to behind this podium goes to the essence of the American miracle. That we're exceptional not because we have more rich people here. We're special because dreams that are impossible anywhere else, they come true here. But that's not just my story. That's your story. That's our story. That's the story of your mothers who struggled to give you what they never had. That's the story of your fathers who worked 2 jobs so that the doors that had been closed for them would be open for you. That's the story of that teacher or that coach that taught you the lessons that made you who you are today. And it's the story of a man who was born into an uncertain future in a foreign country. His family came to America to escape revolution. They struggled through poverty and the Great Depression. And yet he rose to be an admired businessman and public servant. And in November, his son Mitt Romney will be elected president of these United States. In America, We are all just a generation or two removed from someone who made our future the purpose of their lives. America is the story of everyday people who did extraordinary things, a story woven deep into the fabric of our society. Their stories may never be famous, but in the lives they live, you will find the essence of America's greatness. And to make sure that America is still a place where tomorrow is always better than yesterday, that is what our politics should be about. And that is what we are deciding this election. We decide, do we want our children to inherit our hopes and dreams? Or do we want them to inherit our problems? Because Mitt Romney believes that if we succeed in changing the direction of our country, our children and grandchildren will be the most prosperous generation ever, and their achievements will astonish the world. The story of our time will be written by Americans who haven't yet even been born. Let us make sure they write that we did our part. That in the early years of this new century, we lived in an uncertain time. But we did not allow fear to cause us to abandon what made us special. We chose more government instead of more freedom. We chose the principles of our founding to solve the challenges of our time. We chose a special man to lead us in a special time. We chose Mitt Romney to lead our nation, and because we did, the American miracle lived on for another generation to inherit. My fellow Republicans, my fellow Americans, I am proud to introduce to you the next President of the United States of America, Mitt Romney.
you. Mr. Chairman and delegates. Mr. Chairman and delegates, I accept your nomination for President of the United States. I do so with humility, deeply moved by the trust you place in me. It's a great honor. It's an even greater responsibility. And tonight I'm asking you to join me to walk together to a better future. And by my side, I've chosen a man with a big heart from a small town. He represents the best of America, a man who will always make us very proud. My friend and America's next Vice President, Paul Ryan. In the days ahead, you're going to get to know Paul and Jana better. But last night, America got to see what I saw in Paul Ryan, a strong and caring leader who's down to earth and confident in the challenge this moment demands. And I love the way he lights up around his kids and how he's not embarrassed to show the world how much he loves his mom. But Paul, I still like the playlist on my iPod better than yours. Four years ago, I know that many Americans felt a fresh excitement about the possibilities of a new president. That choice was not the choice of our party, but Americans always come together after elections. We're a good and generous people, and we're united by so much more than what divides us. When that election was over, when the yard signs came down and the television commercials finally came off the air, Americans were eager to go back to work, to live our lives the way Americans always have. Optimistic and positive and confident in the future. That very optimism is uniquely American. It's what brought us to America. We're a nation of immigrants. We're the children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren of the ones who wanted a better life, the driven ones, the ones who woke up at night hearing that voice telling them that life in the place called America could be better. They came not just in pursuit of the riches of this world, but for the richness of this life. Freedom, freedom of religion, freedom to speak their mind, freedom to build a life, and yes, freedom to build a business with their own hands. This is the essence of the American experience. We Americans have always felt a special kinship with the future. When every new wave of immigrants looked up and saw the Statue of Liberty, or knelt down and kissed the shores of freedom just 90 miles from Castro's tyranny, these new Americans surely had many questions, but none doubted that here in America they could build a better life, that in America their children would be blessed more than they. But today, 4 years from the excitement of that last election, for the first time, the majority of Americans now doubt that our children will have a better future. It's not what we were promised. Every family in America wanted this to be a time when they could get a little ahead, put aside a little more for college, do more for the elderly mom that's now living alone, or give a little more to their church or their charity. Every small business wanted these to be their best years ever, when they could hire more, do more for those who had stuck with them through the hard times, open a new store, or sponsor that Little League team. Every new college graduate thought they'd have a good job by now, a place of their own. They could start paying back some of their loans and build for the future. This is when our nation was supposed to start paying down the national debt, rolling back those massive deficits. This was the hope and change America voted for. It's not just what we wanted. It's not just what we expected. It's what Americans deserved. You deserved it because during these years you worked harder than ever before. You deserved it because when it cost more to fill up your car, you cut out moving lights and put in longer hours. Or when you lost that job that paid $22.50 an hour with benefits, you took 2 jobs at $9 an hour. You deserve it because your family depended on you. And you did it because you're an American and you don't quit. You did it because it was what you had to do. But driving home late from that second job or standing there watching the gas pump hit $50 and still going, when the realtor told you that to sell your house you'd have to take a big loss, in those moments you knew that this just wasn't right. But what could you do except work harder, do with less, try to stay optimistic, hug your kids a little longer, maybe spend a little more time praying that tomorrow would be a better day. I wish President Obama had succeeded because I want America to succeed. But his promises gave way to disappointment and division. This isn't something we have to accept. Now is the moment when we can do something. And with your help, we will do something. Now is the moment when we can stand up and say, I'm an American. I make my destiny. We deserve better. My children deserve better. My family deserves better. My country deserves better. So here we stand. Americans have a choice, a decision. To make that choice, you need to know more about me and where I'd lead our country. I was born in the middle of the century, in the middle of the country, a classic baby boomer. It was a time when Americans were returning from war and eager to work. To be an American was to assume that all things were possible. When President Kennedy challenged Americans to go to the moon, the question wasn't whether we'd get there, it was only when we'd get there. The soles of Neil Armstrong's boots on the moon made permanent impression on our souls. Ann and I watched those steps together on her parents' sofa. Like all Americans, we went to bed that night knowing we lived in the greatest country of the history of the world. God bless Neil Armstrong. Tonight, that American flag is still there on the moon. And I don't doubt for a second that Neil Armstrong's spirit is with us. That unique blend of optimism, humility, and the utter confidence that when the world needs someone to do the really big stuff, you need an American. My dad had been born in Mexico, and his family had to leave during the Mexican Revolution. I grew up with stories of his family being fed by the U.S. government as war refugees. My dad never made it through college, and he apprenticed as a lath and plaster carpenter. He had big dreams. He convinced my mom, a beautiful young actress, to give up Hollywood to marry him. They moved to Detroit. He led a great... He led a great automobile company and became governor of the great state of Michigan. We were Mormons, and growing up in Michigan, that might have seemed unusual or out of place, but I really don't remember it that way. My friends cared more about what sports teams we followed than what church we went to. My mom and dad gave their kids the greatest gift of all, the gift of unconditional love. They cared deeply about who we would be and much less about what we would do. Unconditional love is a gift that Ann and I have tried to pass on to our sons and now to our grandchildren. All the laws and legislation in the world will never heal this world like the loving hearts and arms of mothers and fathers. You know, if every child could drift to sleep feeling wrapped in the love of their family and God's love, this world would be a far more gentle and better place. My mom and dad were married for 64 years. And if you wondered what their secret was, you could have asked the local florist. Because every day, Dad gave Mom a rose, which he put on her bedside table. That's how she found out what happened on the day my father died. She went looking for him because that morning there was no rose. My mom and Dad were true partners, a life lesson that shaped me by everyday example. When my mom ran for the Senate, my dad was there for her every step of the way. I could still see her saying in her beautiful voice, "Why should women have any less say than men about the great decisions facing our nation?" Don't you wish you could have been here at this convention and heard leaders like Governor Mary Fallin, Governor Nikki Haley, Governor Susana Martinez, Senator Kelly Ayotte, and Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice. As governor of Massachusetts, I chose a woman lieutenant governor, a woman chief of staff. Half of my cabinet and senior officials were women. And in business, I mentored and supported great women leaders who went on to run great companies. I grew up in Detroit in love with cars and wanted to be a car guy like my dad. But by the time I was out of school, I realized that I had to go out on my own. That if I stayed around Michigan in the same business, I'd never really know if I was getting a break because of my dad. I wanted to go someplace new and prove myself. Those weren't the easiest of days. Many long hours and weekends working, 5 young sons who seemed to have this need to reenact a different reward every night. But if you ask Ann and I what we'd give to break up just one more fight between the boys, or wake up in the morning and discover a pile of kids asleep in our room, well, every mom and dad knows the answer to that. Those days were the these days on Ann particularly. She was heroic through it all. 5 boys with our families a long way away. I had to travel a lot for my job then, and I'd call and try to offer support. But every mom knows that doesn't help get the homework done or get the kids out the door to school. And I knew that her job as a mom was harder than mine, and I knew without question that her job as a mom was a lot more important than mine. And as America saw Tuesday night, Ann would have succeeded at anything she wanted to do. Like a lot of families in a new place with no family, we found kinship with a wide circle of friends through our church. When we were new to the community, it was welcoming, and as the years went by, it was a joy to help others who just moved into town or just joined our church. We had remarkably vibrant and diverse congregations from all walks of life, and many who were new to America. We prayed together, our kids played together, and we all stood ready to help each other out in different ways. That's how it is in America. We look to our communities, our faiths, our families for our joy, our support in good times and bad. It's both how we live our lives and why we live our lives. The strength and power and goodness of America has always been based on the strength and power and goodness of our communities, our families, and our faiths. That's the bedrock of what makes America, America. In our best days, we can feel the vibrancy of America's communities, large and small. It's when we see that new business opening up downtown. It's when we go to work in the morning and see everybody else on the block doing the same thing. It's when our son or daughter calls from college to talk about which job they offer they should take, and you try not to choke up when you hear that the one they like best is not too far from home. It's that good feeling when you have more time to volunteer to coach your kid's soccer team or help out on school trips. But for too many Americans, those kind of good days are harder to come by. How many days have you woken up feeling that something really special was happening in America? Many of you felt that way on Election Day 4 years ago. Hope and change had a powerful appeal. But tonight, I'd ask a simple question. If you felt that excitement when you voted for Barack Obama, shouldn't you feel that way now that he's President Obama? You know there's something wrong with the kind of job he's done as president when the best feeling you had was the day you voted for him. president hasn't disappointed you because he wanted to. The president has disappointed America because he hasn't led America in the right direction. He took office without the basic qualification that most Americans have, and one that was essential to the task at hand. He had almost no experience working in a business. Jobs to him are about government. I learned the real lessons about how America works from experience. When I was 37, I helped start a small company. My partners and I had been working for a company that was in the business of helping other businesses. So some of us had this idea that if we really believed our advice was helping companies, we should invest in companies. We should bet on ourselves and on our advice. So we started a new business called Bain Capital. The only problem was, while we believed in ourselves, not many other people did. We were young and had never done this before, and we almost didn't get off the ground. In those days, sometimes I wondered if I'd made a really big mistake. By the way, I thought about asking my church's pension fund to invest, but I didn't. I figured it was bad enough that I might lose my investors' money, but I didn't want to go to hell, too. Shows what I know. Another of my partners got the Episcopal Church pension fund to invest. And today there are a lot of happy retired priests who should thank him. That business we started with 10 people has now grown into a great American success story. Some of the companies we helped start are names you know and you've heard from tonight. An office company called Staples, where I'm pleased to see the Obama campaign's been shopping. The Sports Authority, which of course became a favorite of my boys. We helped start an early childhood learning company called Bright Horizons that First Lady Michelle Obama rightly praised. And at a time when nobody thought we'd ever see a new steel mill built in America, we took a chance and built one in a cornfield in Indiana. Today, Steel Dynamics is one of the largest steel producers in the United States. These are American success stories. And yet the centerpiece of the president's entire re-election campaign is attacking success. Is it any wonder that someone who attacks success has led the worst economic recovery since the Great Depression? In America, we celebrate success. We don't apologize for success. Now, we weren't always successful at Bain, but no one ever is in the real world of business. That's what this president doesn't seem to understand. Business and growing jobs is about taking risk, sometimes failing, sometimes succeeding, but always striving. It's about dreams. Usually it doesn't work out exactly as you might have imagined. Steve Jobs was fired at Apple, and then he came back and changed the world. It's the genius of the American free enterprise system to harness the extraordinary creativity and talent and industry of the American people with a system that's dedicated to creating tomorrow's prosperity, not trying to redistribute today's. That's why every president since the Great Depression who came before the American people asking for a second term could look back at the last 4 years and say with satisfaction, this president can ask us to be patient. This president can tell us it was someone else's fault. This president can tell us that the next 4 years he'll get it right. But this president cannot tell us that you're better off today than when he took office. America's been patient. Americans have supported this president in good faith. But today the time has come to turn the page. Today the time has come for us to put the disappointments of the last 4 years behind us, to put aside the divisiveness and the recriminations, to forget about what might have been and to look ahead to what can be. Now is a time to restore the promise of America. Many Americans have given up on this president, but they haven't ever thought about giving up. Not on themselves, not on each other, and not on America. What is needed in our country today is not complicated or profound. It doesn't take a special government commission to tell us what America needs. What America needs is jobs, lots of jobs. In the richest country in the history of the world, this Obama economy has crushed the middle class. Family income has fallen by $4,000, but health insurance premiums are higher. Food prices are higher. Utility bills are higher. And gasoline prices, they've doubled. Today, more Americans wake up in poverty than ever before. Nearly 1 out of 6 Americans is living in poverty. Look around you. These aren't strangers. These are our brothers and sisters, our fellow Americans. His policies have not helped create jobs. They've depressed them. And this I can tell you about where President Obama would take America. His plan to raise taxes on small business won't add jobs. It would eliminate them. His assault on coal and gas and oil will send energy and manufacturing jobs to China. His trillion-dollar cuts to our military will eliminate hundreds of thousands of jobs and also put our security at greater risk. His $716 billion cut to Medicare to finance Obamacare will both hurt today's seniors and depress innovation and jobs in medicine. And his trillion-dollar deficits, they slow our economy, restrain employment, and cause wages to stall. To the majority of Americans who now believe that the future will not be better than the past, I can guarantee you this: if Barack Obama is reelected, you'll be right. I'm running for president to help create a better future. A future where everyone who wants a job can find a job. Where no senior fears for the security of their retirement. An America where every parent knows that their child will get an education that leads them to a good job and a bright horizon. And unlike the president, I have a plan to create 12 million new jobs. Ryan and I have 5 steps. First, by 2020, North America will be energy independent by taking full advantage of our oil, our coal, our gas, our nuclear, and our renewables. Second, we'll give our fellow citizens the skills they need for the jobs of today and the careers of tomorrow. When it comes to the school your child will attend, every parent should have a choice and every child should have a chance. Third, we'll make trade work for America by forging new trade agreements. And when nations cheat in trade, there will be unmistakable consequences. And fourth, to assure every entrepreneur and every job creator that their investments in America will not vanish, as have those in Greece, we will cut the deficit and put America on track to a balanced budget. And fifth, we will champion small businesses, America's engine of job growth. That means reducing taxes on business, not raising them. It means simplifying and modernizing the regulations that hurt small business the most. And it means that we must rein in the skyrocketing cost of health care by repealing and replacing Obamacare. Today, women are more likely than men to start a business. They need a president who respects and understands what they do. And let me make this very clear. Unlike President Obama, I will not raise taxes on the middle class of America. As president, I'll protect the sanctity of life. I'll honor the institution of marriage. And I will guarantee America's first liberty, the freedom of religion. President Obama promised to begin to slow the rise of the oceans. And to heal the planet. My promise is to help you and your family. I will begin my presidency with a jobs tour. President Obama began his presidency with an apology tour. America, he said, it dictated to other nations. No, Mr. President, America has freed other nations from dictators. Every American was relieved the day President Obama gave the order and SEAL Team 6 took out Osama bin Laden. On another front, every American is less secure today because he has failed to slow Iran's nuclear threat. In his first TV interview as president, he said we should talk to Iran. We're still talking, and Iran's centrifuges are still spinning. President Obama has thrown allies like Israel under the bus, even as he has relaxed sanctions on Castro's Cuba. He abandoned our friends in Poland by walking away from our missile defense commitments. But he's eager to give Russia's President Putin the flexibility he desires after the election. Under my administration, our friends will see more loyalty, and Mr. Putin will see a little less flexibility and more backbone. We will honor America's democratic ideals because a free world is a more peaceful world. This is the bipartisan foreign policy legacy of Truman and Reagan, and under my presidency, we will return to it once again. You might have asked yourself if these last years are really the America we want. The America that was won for us by the greatest generation. Does the America we want borrow $1 trillion from China? Does it fail to find the jobs that are needed for 23 million people and for half the kids graduating from college? Are those schools lagging behind the rest of the developed world? And does America that we want succumb to resentment and division among Americans? The America we all know has been a story of the many becoming one, uniting to preserve liberty, uniting to build the greatest economy in the world, uniting to save the world from unspeakable darkness. Everywhere I go in America, there are monuments that list those who have given their lives for America. There's no mention of their race, their party affiliation, or what they did for a living. They lived and died under a single flag, fighting for a single purpose. They pledged allegiance to the United States of America. That America, that united America, can unleash an economy that will put Americans back to work, that will once again lead the world with innovation and productivity, and that will restore every father and mother's confidence that their children's future is brighter even than the past. That America, that united America, will preserve a military that's so strong no nation would ever dare to test it. America, that united America, will uphold the constellation of rights that were endowed by our Creator and codified in our Constitution. That united America will care for the poor and the sick, will honor and respect the elderly, and will give a helping hand to those in need. That America is the best within each of us. That America we want for our children. If I'm elected President of these United States, I will work with all my energy and soul to restore that America, to lift our eyes to a better future. That future is our destiny. That future is out there. It is waiting for us. Our children deserve it. Our nation depends on it. The peace and freedom of the world require it. And with your help, we will deliver it. Let us begin that future for America tonight. Thank you so very much. May God bless you. May God bless the American people. And may God bless the United States of America.
Back to perform America the Beautiful. Please give a very energetic welcome to B.B. Winans, the Tampa Bay City Light Church, and the Without Walls International Church Chorus.
Spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesty, above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. Yeah. Shining sea. Oh, beautiful, for glory tell of liberating strife. When once and twice for man's avail, in lavish precious life. America, America, God shed